Good morning, race fans, and welcome to edition number 2 of RaceSpot Race Day here from Sebring International Raceway that 1 week ago held the 12 Hours of Sebring, and today hosts the second round of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. But first, we got ourselves the RaceSpot TV Formula Renault Simcup, as well as the RaceSpot TV Supercup to whet your appetite for some of the best sim racing you'll see on all of the internets. And it's going to start next.
The NASCAR Beginner for Series powered by iRacing is the premier NASCAR eSport series featuring the cars and tracks from the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series. The 2016 campaign saw a return to the top of the mountain by Ray Alfalla as a 3-time NASCAR World Champion. The march to that championship was not easy, though, despite the fact that Ray Alfalla took home the most points in series history. It just also happened to be the tightest championship fight we had ever seen. These guys are set for the 2017 campaign, and as it has been for the 7 years prior, it is no longer going to be a straight shot to the championship. We are going to see the biggest change in this championship picture in series history, as for the first time ever, there will be a chase for the championship. We're going to go into the Homestead Miami Speedway at the end of the season with the 4 best oval sim racing drivers in the world absolutely tied in the championship. You just got to beat the other 3 guys out and you will become an official NASCAR champion. You're going to get yourself a NASCAR championship ring and, of course, $10,000. These are the iRacing eSport World Championships, the pinnacle of sim racing competition. You can catch it all season long, live coverage on iRacing.com/live.
Welcome to Sebring for the second edition of RaceSpot Race Day here on RaceSpot TV, streaming live on iRacing Live. And it's time for the Formula Renault Simcup, and to introduce your commentators, Paul Smith and Jonathan Simone. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Will. Yep, and well, you say it's the second round, so here's the championship standings as they are going in to this week. Of course, Simone Maria Masson was the winner last time out. Fantastic dominant display from him last time at Interlagos, with Alex Sadler and Fabio Gonzalez second and third in the championship. And well, I've got my good mate Johnny Simon who's joining us this week. And Johnny, very interesting, different track to Interlagos is Sebring.
It is a lot of bumps this round, and that's what is that's the biggest challenge for these drivers that they have to face in terms of setup, making sure the car can handle the bumps, especially through turn number 1 and through the middle part of the lap and the final corner as well. We know Sunset Bend is just so difficult. When you steer in, you try to be as close to the wall as possible. You don't want to drift out too wide, so definitely bumpy here today, as we mentioned. Some good overtaking spots though. And definitely a fun track for an open-wheel car. You don't normally see open-wheel cars at a circuit like this.
The car 3.7 miles in length, so these Formula Renaults are really stretching their legs around here. And you talk about that final corner, just tell us a little bit more about that, because there's some nasty bumps right in the middle of that one. They certainly are going to settle into a rhythm, and what we'll do now is we will have a look at your starting grid, which is coming up on screen right now. And, well, it is, as we were saying, pole position then for Joni Silvestri. A pole position time there ahead of our race 1 winner, Simon Maria Masson. Scott Newton in 3rd with Andrea Talmont in 4th. Michael Partington 5th with Dimitri Yanis in 6th place. 7th then Alex Sadler with Jan Brazina in 8th. Karelis Yarausi in 9th and Tobias Cerny rounding out your top 10. We've got a 28 car grid here today, so it should be some fascinating racing going on here. And well, with the drivers getting ready then for this one, we're just going to be counting down the seconds here before the start of this one. And Joni Silvestri then starting from pole position. He needs to make a good clean getaway here. He needs to try and get away and push on forward, because the last thing he wants is to get caught up in traffic and get people with him stuck in sort of battles there. But now we're getting set, the revs are raising, looking to the gantry for the green light then. Holding for a long time, but away we go now. The green flag is in the air, and it is a good start then from Joni as they go across the start and finish line out towards turn 1. It's a tricky corner, is turn 1. So many different lines you can take there, and already under attack there is Joni from Marceno, but going through turn 1, it narrows down on the exit of turn 1. Will everyone make it through? The answer is yes, and now here comes the more tricky part. Where will everybody fall through? Well, everybody's just keeping going, keeping out of trouble, not seeing any shenanigans going on so far in this race. Everybody keeping going. Yolanda Cortel has been in the pits, but he's now back up and running as well. But look at this, down towards the hairpin now. Marceno looking to the outside line here, in towards the right-hander. Can't make it through around the outside. He's going to hold on to that second place, and the leader trying to work his way through. We've got cars all bunched up at the exit at the hairpin, but everybody so far, Johnny, has made it round, and in fact Talmont now starting to put the pressure on Marceno.
Yes, they are, and it was Partington from that 3rd row of the grid. Is that Talmont going off the track? He saves it. Doesn't hit the wall. He's going to feed down the back of the order. So drivers making errors as they get these tyres up to temperature. But I was saying before, Mike Partington is down in 10th, had a moment, and he's dropped all the way down the order, and another spin as well. I think that was Bredzina. Everybody's spinning off now. We don't know which driver's gone off.
Yeah, they're going around Tower Corner, and many drivers getting involved there, and we've lost a couple. Fabio Milani is one of those that was involved there, so definitely a bit of drama towards the end of this lap. But already Silvestri and Marceno making the breakaway from the rest of the field. Dimitri Yanis up in 3rd place ahead of Scott Newton, but look at the queue of cars behind them now, all fanning out further back. Oh, there's getting cars pushed towards the wall there. And well, it was almost like Schumacher and Barrichello at Hungary with the way they were pushing them out to the wall. But everybody's still going on through here towards the end of the first lap, and that is the end of lap 1 then. And it is Silvestri in the lead of this one, ahead of Marceno in 2nd place. Dimitri Yanis in 3rd place with Scott Newton 4th. Alex Sadler 5th with Richard Arnaud in 6th. Aurelian Talmont, we saw have that little spin. He's down to 7th with Joveza in 8th. Partington 9th, and Tobias Cerny rounding out the top 10. But we've got drivers moving about the field all the way down. And Johnny, really it's the battle of 2 fields, because you've got the 2 leaders out front and then the rest of the field here.
It depends how Yanis, depends how well he can keep up with the top 2. It was the start as well. Yanis, don't forget, started from that 3rd row. He was alongside Partington, who I said bogged down. So he's made a great start, but you can't make up that much time in the early laps. Right now he's 1.3 behind. Really has to defend from Scott Newton, who's got a nice tow here, heading into turn 10. And Newton plays it safe. No dive bombs as they head into Collier turn 11. Easy stuff for him. In the early laps anyway, you think it's a 25-minute race. You've got to be quick. As I said, now you're just settling into a rhythm, so don't lose your patience in the early laps.
Well, this is it. It's lap 2 of the race. It's a 25-minute race as well, so it's a sprint race for sure, but it's not the shortest of sprint races. You can just build things, and you can try and get those positions, work them, and really think out your moves sort of 3 laps in advance, sort of try and line people up, see where the weaknesses are, see where the strengths are, and work around those. But definitely, Yanis and Newton, they are battling it out. Another 2 that are battling it out as well. Scott McIntyre, Hunter Manley, and also behind them, De Jong and Cerny are all battling it out here. They're all finding out as they go down the straight, trying to break any slipstream. Looking down the inside now is Cerny, trying to get round De Jong, but it's a tricky corner as that last one, Sunset Bend, because as we say, there's different lines through there as we've got a car with a little bit of damage,
Newton.
and that's Newton, Scott Newton. So what on earth has happened there?
Yeah, so Scott Newton, he spun off at the final corner, I believe, and that's where he's got that rear end damage. We'd love to see what actually happened, though, but you can definitely see the tyre marks going into the final corner, which I do not remember seeing the lap before. And Newton's down to 10th. Now, whether he can sustain this pace with that rear end damage, we'll wait and see over these next few laps. But already carnage at the start with a lot of drivers in this field. It looks like it's a race of attrition so far.
Yeah, we saw at Interlagos that if you have a little bit of damage on that rear wing, top speed-wise, you are a sitting duck, and also around those medium to high-speed corners, you're also a bit of a sitting duck as well. So definitely not the ideal for Scott Newton. He lost control and then just caught a little bit of contact from behind as he went around that last corner, and that's what sent him completely around. As I say, he is back up and running. He's in 10th place now. It's just going to be damage limitation for him, and Tobias Cerny, we've been mentioned about how he was in the top 10. He's dropped down to 14th now, so we're getting a bit bullied out the way here. And it's the thing that you see with this Formula Renault quite regularly. If you're in a queue of traffic, it's almost like a NASCAR race. If you're in a queue of traffic and you have somebody get their way through, then all of a sudden you lose 3 or 4 positions. Yeah,
but at the same time, you can't really gain much because there's a lot of turns here involved at Sebring, 17 of them, and the draft, obviously when you hit the braking zone, you have to pull back, and all the advantage you gained across the straight goes nowhere, and that's not been the case for Dimitri Yanis. So we spoke about him, whether or not he could keep up with the top 2, and you're right, Paul, it is a race between Silvasti and Marceno, who, we know Silvasti wasn't there last round. Is that Yanis? I saw him have a moment at the corner of my eye. So Dimitri Yanis had a small moment at Sunset Bend, and that's going to allow Alex Sadler from 4th position to have a look into that first corner.
He's certainly looking, and he's just looking, showing his nose in the mirrors, just letting him know that Dimitri, that he is there. And as they're heading towards turn 1, not really going to make a move through into turn 1. It's a tricky corner to make that overtake work, as we've seen in previous races in different series of how just get it slightly wrong, and that's a big contact, and you're going to be putting both of yourselves out of the race. But yeah, Dimitri Yanis now under that little bit of pressure. Scott Newton's round. What on earth has happened there for him? He's having a nightmare here, Johnny.
Yeah, Scott Newton again. We saw that in qualifying too, I mentioned. He had an error at turn 5, and that's the same corner he spun off just then. So again, for a second time round, we've seen Scott Newton have issues at that corner, and he's now all the way down in P16 after starting in the top 3. Wow.
And he clipped one of the curbs, and that's it. That's one of the things with this circuit. Not only is it bumpy on the track, these curbs can be vicious. And we've got a battle here as well. Look at this side by side, almost a little bit of contact there between Jorveiser and Arnaud. Well, they're able to stay on track and keep going here, but Jorveiser having to go defensive there, and Arnaud now with the slower run means that he's under pressure from Partington behind as they're heading in towards the end of the lap here into the chicane before the corner at Le Mans. And well, this right-hander, second gear right-hander, around you go. Arnaud just running a little bit wide, not getting the apex, and that's allowed Partington to get the run now. He comes out the slipstream, he's going to look down the inside, and is he going to get past before they even reach the braking zone? You would think so, with the way Partington carried that speed down in towards Sunset Bend, turn 17, and yep, he's nicely through, nice and clean move. And Arnaud going from challenger for 6, although he's going to have a chance to fight back, is he? Because Partington just ran wide through Sunset Bend, but it's the corner of 1,000 lines, and Partington holding on for the time being there, John.
Yeah. And look at Javier Diego, so crashed behind there. That's at the exit of the final corner, entrance to the pit lane, and luckily he's way off the racing line, retires that Formula Renault as well. So straight out of the way, no further incidents for those two. as they continue. But that battle between Arnault and Partington, very, very smart, as now Arnault is in a battle with Scott McIntyre as they go through turn number 5 and 6 on the run to the hairpin. Arnault, I was saying, was very smart to go for the cutback, but he backed off way too much, Paul, and that's why he was just not close enough going into turn 1.
Looking into the hairpin, it's not going to work, so Arnault doing a good job of defending that position as they go through the hairpin there. Scott McIntyre, though, looking very racy here. He's pulling out to the left. It gives him the inside line through this little kink, but then he's going to be on the outside line as they're heading in towards Cunningham Corner. Onto the brakes hard, and, well, is he going to make that work around the outside? And the answer is yes, he is. Scott McIntyre around the outside, getting to position, and Arnaud loses another position here.
Yeah, good spatial awareness, though, from Scott McIntyre. He didn't turn in and, just in case Arnaud ran deep under braking. And the grip there around the outside technically is still part of the racing line. A lot of drivers run wide there, so they do rubber up that outside line from time to time. So it's not as hard as it might seem. There you go, Scott McIntyre up into P8. I said before, good to see Mike Partington making his way back up the order after that poor start. As we look now at the battle for P3, Sadler and Talmon very close behind to Dimitri Yanis. And Yanis just hasn't sustained his pace, Paul. And look at that, he's 5.5 seconds behind the battle for P2. And now he's, really, really under pressure from these two behind. Sadler, who was on the podium last time out, looking feisty again.
Certainly is, and well, this is the thing with this Formula Renault. Once you break that draft, you're able to just then, if you've got the pace, inherent pace in the car, you're able to just then pull away from the rest of the field. Look at Yanis running wide, as well as Sadler as well. So both cars, both drivers really pushing hard through that turn 1 there. But just to keep it up to date, it's Silvestri in the lead of this one. He is 2.4 seconds ahead of Simon Marson. So Marson not able to hang on to Silvestri here. Yanis then, as we were saying, further 5.7 seconds behind with Sadler and Talmon with them. Although these two have just dropped Talmon a little bit on that last lap there. So really, Sadler and Yanis able to just gap him out a little bit, 1.2 seconds, as, well, we've got a spinner further down the order. Gareth Dornan looks like he's done it all on his own. He's down in 20th position. Not the best days for Gareth then for this one today. And he clipped the same curb as Scott Newton. So easy mistake to make. And we've seen others make that mistake as well. But still, back to this battle for third place. Yanis now getting under intense pressure here. He's got 13.5 minutes to try and withstand this one, John.
Yeah, look at Sadler, though. Full in the mirrors is Alex Sadler and Dimitri Yanis' cockpit as they now head towards turn 16. This is Le Mans. Look at Yanis, though. It's struggling. That car's struggling to turn in. You could see the understeer just... he's not even in dirty air. Sadler looked like he was having an easier time behind Dimitri. Here he goes now, 7th gear, all the way up towards Sunset Bend. He plays it safe, though, so he just lets him go. And it's he's given him too much of a gap there. I'm very, very confused because he's not going to get as good of an exit as I think, and Sadler pins it. He spins around, and that's going to cost him a great chance at a podium.
Yeah, our podium sitter last time. He is dropping down the order. He could lose another 2 positions here as they come across the line. Sadler is in 7th. He's now down to 8th place. Richard Arnaud, is he going to get alongside? No, he isn't there. So down to 8th place then for Alex Sadler. Big mistake there, and we've seen it many a time through that Sunset Bend, just how easy it is to lose control of the car. And we've seen an example of it once again with a car that you, Johnny, was saying was looking a lot more stable than Dimitri Yanis.
Yeah, it looked that way anyway in the dirty air, so I think he just pushed too hard. He was out of rhythm too. Generally, when he went through the final corner, different to how he has the whole race, you force yourself out of rhythm, and here's Hunter Manley now, right behind Richard Arnaud, and that's really shaken the field up in a way. Alex Sadler, who he seems to have gotten back into rhythm quite quickly. There's 12 minutes remaining, so his race isn't certainly over as much as we think. Second place! Is that
Masson's had a spin? Yeah, he's had a spin there. It's on the exit of Cunningham Corner, I believe. And he's just got onto the curb a little bit, and that's kicked the back end round. He's lost control. Has he held on to a second place? No, he hasn't. So Dimitri Yanis and Aurelian Talmon now have made it through. So Marson, race 1 winner at Interlagos, is now down to 4th place in this one, Johnny. And it's this circuit is just proving how difficult it is for even the absolute best drivers in this Formula Renault to keep a hold of it and keep it in one line.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing is, throughout qualifying, we were talking about it, Silvestri's car looks like it's the most dialed in from anyone in the field, and there's a reason why he's leading the race now quite comfortably. So for him to make an error would be, I mean, an anomaly, basically. That car is just so good, and he looks like he's practiced a lot. He looks in rhythm. He looks good. So for Marceno, I guess his chances of winning this race now to make up 12 seconds is he's going to have to count on a few spins from the guys in front.
Hunter Manley's trying to go, Richard Arnaud, sorry, he's trying to go around the outside of Hunter Manley. Not able to do that around Sunset Bend. That's just lost him a little bit of ground there. Mitchell de Jong is coming into this battle as well. This battle for 9th, 10th and 11th on track there. Scott McIntyre also got Alex Sadler now right behind him, so Sadler's trying to get that recovery drive in play, but Sadler's just looking to be making a little bit mistakes, running a little bit wide through corners, not reaching the apex, and maybe it's just, you know, his head's just gone a little bit and he just needs to get his focus back, Johnny.
Yeah, there's a narrow line between grip and driver feel when you set up this car. You want the car to be able to take the bumps well, but you also don't want to lose feel, and that's a big issue you have when you try to avoid feeling all those bumps and the car getting unsettled, because then you'll take the bumps easily, you'll take the curbs easily, but then when you turn in, you don't feel much. And as Sadler went on the throttle there, you could tell that maybe he just got a bit throttle happy, and his natural, innate ability to feel this Formula Renault wasn't there. Here he comes now through turn 11, Collier, and he seems to be quicker than McIntyre. It's just that every time he gets close, he just can't get past. Not to sound like Murray Walker in a way.
Well, it was the great Murray Walker who did say catching is one thing, passing is quite another. But the thing is, look at this. McIntyre, the Sadler's a second behind him, and then Manley is 3/10 of a second behind. 3/4 of a second behind. I'll get my words out eventually. Arnaud is with him about half a second behind. Richard de Jong's about a second behind as well. So a nice little gaggle of cars here, although as they're running wide through Le Mans corner, and Hunter Manley then losing a position. He's about to lose another position here to Richard de Jong.
And de Jong closed up so quickly to the back of Manley there, so he did a little Alonso pulling out at the last second. De Jong goes through, and it seems that de Jong's always been on the front foot all race. Now he's got Arnaud next on his checklist to cross off, and that will be P9 if he can get it done. He crosses the line, and Manley, though, will try to fight back here, Paul.
Too right, you try to fight back here. He's looking to the inside of turn 1. There's another corner we could take a couple of lines through here, but it all narrows down a little bit on the exit there, and they just have to fall into line, and Hunter Manley, that's exactly what he's done, but it's only 2/10 behind him. You can see how close he is there as they're going through this little bit of a twisty section here through 3, 4 and 5, and then around Big Bend as they're heading down towards the hairpin. Really, it's all about the slipstream down here, lining yourself up, and if you can get close enough, you can maybe make a move down into the hairpin, which they're heading towards now, under the bridge, into the braking zone. Be careful not to lock up a tyre, and he got really close there to the back of de Jong. Able to carry on, though, and avoid any incident. That's just dropped Hunter Manley a couple of tenths further back now, and he's got to do all that work once again, Johnny.
Yeah, that swerve across the straight that Manley did, I think he lost, well, this is an estimate, but if he lost 0.02 of a second from that swerve, I think that was the difference between him maybe getting alongside de Jong and de Jong's ability to just turn in with confidence. So you got to make sure that even when you're trying to swerve and pull the dummy move there, it still costs you that slight bit of time that you need. And people say every 10th matters pretty much in this race right now. To make a move at Sebring, where it's so difficult, every 100th of a second will matter. As now de Jong, as I mentioned, has Arnaud on his checklist next, and he could cross him off here across the Ullman Straight. Oh, but he runs very wide through Le Mans.
We've got to change position. Alex Sadler and Scott McIntyre, they're looking to change position. I do believe that Sadler actually has made ahead of McIntyre, so change of position there for 7th place. Sadler then moving up on this recovery drive, able to get ahead as well. Looking into the Sunset Bend and contact de Jong. Around he goes. It was Hunter Manley that made a little bit of contact there. De Jong trying to get back up and running again. He's going to have another car coming round, and that's the unfortunate Scott Newton loses control once again. It's going from bad to worse for Scott. He gets back under speed again. He's dropped down to 16th in this one, but that all started there with that little bit of contact between Manley and de Jong.
Yeah, and don't forget Scott Newton had that rear end damage from earlier on in the event, so that car is a handful to turn in right now, and he loses it again into the first corner. I think his race is done. He's going to have to park that. I mean, to get that back to the pits is going to be more of a challenge than Sylvester winning the race. Like, that's going to be one of the hardest things to do right now, because that rear wing is totaled. Here he goes through the first sector. Nice and easy, though. I'm getting so nervous watching this. At the same time, though, there he goes. He spun it again. So that car's done. And unfortunately, Paul, starting from P3, Scott Newton has nothing to show for it.
Yeah, it's not been the best of days. There's a close battle on track for 13th, and that's Vita Kunis and John Godfrey as well. They're going down towards turn number 10, Cunningham Corner. And these two, they're pretty close together, about 0.3 of a second between them. And John Godfrey, he started down in 18th place, so he's made positions here, up into 14th now. And he's trying to put the pressure on Vita Kunis in front of him.
Yeah, and that car doesn't handle the bumps well at all, watching Godfrey. So he's got a real challenge to face here. Not only does he have to get past Vita Kunis in front, he's got to also make sure he keeps the car in a straight line. And that's easy said than done. As Manley now spins around, that's in front of him. So we're watching this battle between Vita Kunis and Godfrey. They go through. Hunter Manley there on the inside of the racetrack. Will Godfrey make it, actually? That's going to be very close. It's almost like what happened with De Jong and Manley there earlier, Paul, but that was a very shaky incident. Looking back on that, though, I feel like Manley... I mean, De Jong really defended late, but at the same time, I don't know how you judge that, you know? It's such a difficult one to look into just because... I don't know. I'm confused. I'm speechless. I don't know what to say.
Estefano Estorino, by the way, has been around again. He's down in 20th place. It's the last of the runners at the moment, is Estefano. He's been around as well. But that one, as we keep on saying, the Sunset Bend, it's a corner which has got multiple lines going through it. And when you're side by side like that, you've got to adjust how you take that corner, because you might be going wide going into it, but then you've not got that inside line to go tight on the exit. As we're looking further forward, Aurelien Talamon and Simon Marson for third place then in this race. 0.8 of a second between them. Marson trying to get a little bit of a recovery drive. And we've not really talked about him in this one. We've got just under 4 minutes remaining, but Silvasti as well, 11 seconds ahead, Johnny. So it's been absolutely just sunshine and rainbows for him today.
Yeah, and he's still in the 57s too, so he's quick. The only other man in the 57s is Marceno, who's in P4 after that spin. So you can see the pace difference between Marceno and Yanis and Talamon, who are ahead. Now, they both set identical lap times there last time around of 58.0. Look at the defensive driving from Talamon. Weaves across the straight, goes to the inside and then back to that racing line. So... shaky tactics there. We'll see if Marceno now gets in his head, because if you're defending that early and that aggressively, if I'm the attacking driver of Marceno, I'm 100% confident to make my way past.
Well, Marceno knows that he's got time running out here as well. He's ticking down as this time, and he's going to head in towards turn 1. He's got the slipstream. He darts out to the left there, down the inside. They're going to go side by side through turn 1, but the outside line's just going to carry that speed a little bit better, and Talmon, for the time being, holds on to that position as they head into 3, 4 and 5 now. The left, right, and then the tight left. Marceno just locking up the brake just a little bit, and now as they head through Big Bend, he's in that slipstream. He's in a good position here. He's almost right under the gearbox of Talmon. Talmon going very defensive early on here. He's heading down towards the hairpin here. They're getting very close to contact as well as they're heading into the braking zone there. Almost playing a game of chicken there at about 140 miles an hour as they head into that hairpin, but through they go, able to keep it on the track through the Fangio chicane and heading down towards Cunningham Corner. And still, Marceno just can't quite get the job done. Talmon doing a good job of defensive driving here, Sir Johnny.
I love that from Marceno there into the hairpin at turn 7. Obviously, some drivers go to the left and they say, I'm going to take the racing line, which allows Talmon to open himself up to the corner. Marceno, what he did was he said, I'm not going to move. I'm going to force you into the tightest line in human history, into that turn 7 hairpin. And that's why they almost made contact. Talmon wasn't expecting it. It didn't work out the best for the best result for Marceno, who now has, if he gets past Talmon, he's got another 3 seconds to make up on Yanis. So I think Yanis is almost sealed in that second position. This is the battle for the podium, and look who's gone off the racetrack. It's Talmon.
Yeah, certainly is. Poor run out the corner then, and here comes Marceno then, going to come down the inside, and he's going to take that position. We're on the penultimate lap here. The leader is just starting his final lap of the race, and through Sunset Bend they go now. Marceno getting back onto the podium. He was in second place for a long time, had that mistake. He's now having to go defensive because Talmon trying to get that draft, trying to get the slipstream as they're heading down towards turn 1. And Marceno going defensive, taking that defensive line into turn 1. Talmon, we saw how he was able to carry the speed through turn 1, but Marceno, he can just run it out wide because he was in front. He didn't have a car alongside him, so he could take that racing line. And as they go through turn 3, turn 4, into turn 5 again, Marceno just a little bit of dust there, a little bit of brake locking possibly. Now they go through Big Bend. This is one of the overtaking opportunities you've got down here, and Marceno going very... was starting off defensive, but then deciding to take the wider line. Talmon looking to the inside, not close enough to make that move, and he's going to have to stay behind for the time being. So you think that Marceno does have the speed here, but out front, Ioni Silvestri, absolutely dominant display from the rest of the field today. He had a little bit of a challenge from Marceno earlier on in this race, but he's since then just been absolutely just imperious, just able to just keep on going at the front there. Well, we're going through towards the end of this one. He's going into Le Mans, so just 2 more corners for the race leader. But Marceno still having to get defensive from Talmon there as they're heading down towards the end of this lap as well. That's going to be a battle for that final step of the podium. I'm interested to see how they get on there as well. Coming into Sunset Bend then for the final time in this race. He's onto the brakes, takes the corner, onto the accelerator, runs it out wide, and it's going to be a dominant display for Ioni Silvestri. Across the line he goes to win round 2 of the Formula Renault Simcup. Second place, Dimitri Yanis is going to come across the line now. He's pushing it all the way. And then in third place, just holding on to that third place, is Simon Marceno after that mistake earlier on ahead of Aurelien Talmon. Further down your order, any battles on track? Not really any battles going on track, although Mattel Partington got pretty close towards the end of that race on Corellius Yarvaiza. But Johnny, good race there, and a dominant display from Ioni Silvestri.
Yeah, great performance. I mean, you think... I said this about Kroenke last round. A boring race is a good one for a guy like Silvestri when there's no errors. Only slight couple of hiccups. You know, no one's perfect. A lock-up here and there, if you're a perfectionist, really annoys you. But Silvestri, that car was dialed in. Nobody really touched him all race. Marceno was close in the early laps, but... apart from that, everybody else had all those dramas in the first lap and the second lap too, with the spins we saw and drivers not getting up to rhythm quickly. And track temperature is 31 degrees, so it shouldn't have taken that long for the tyres to get up to temperature, but definitely a few drivers lacking consistency here today. It was a good event though, loved it, good fun, and we'll look at the results which are on the screen.
Yeah, so Ioni Silvestri then takes the win, a dominant display, 12.4 seconds ahead of Dimitri Yanis. Simon Marceno in third place, just ahead of Aurelien Talmon. Corellius Yarvaiza in 5th place, ahead of Michael Partington in 6th. Alex Sadler, 7th, ends up in 7th place after being challenging for a podium position earlier on in that race. Scott McIntyre also with his own mistake there in 8th place. 9th place is Richard Arnaud with Tobias Cerny in 10th place. The rest of the field on your screen there with 9 non-finishers in this one, but well, that won't matter to Ioni Silvestri because he's the race winner of round 2 of this championship.
Thank you very much there, Paul. As you see there, the remainder of the results there just cycling through on your screen. But that is the first part of RaceSpot Race Day done. And Paul, what we saw here today was very similar to what we saw at the 12 hours of Sebring. That turn number 1, if you're going to make a pass, it's actually better to try and hold the outside line out of the corner rather than the inside line, because it gives you better momentum into turn number 2.
Yeah, it also gives you the ideal line for braking into turn 2 as well. So holding an outside line, Salmon did a good job with that earlier on, but just not able to make it work that second time. But yeah, that outside line, it's the one to look out for. And the Porsche Supercup guys coming up, I hope they've been taking some notes there.
Yeah, hope so too. Of course, that'll be coming up here very soon on RaceSpot TV, streaming live here on iRacing Live. So don't go anywhere. Of course, the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. We've had 2 series start over the last week or so. The World Championship Grand Prix Series, of course, just 2 weeks ago here, as well as the NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing. Here's a recap of what happened just a couple of days ago.
And we are set to get this 2017 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series underway. Chris Shearburn takes the American Ethanol green flag from Daytona. We're off and away. Movement up at the front. Look at the 27 and the 36. Both Bias and Bolton can go to the outside, and that takes away the 2 cars right behind that 35 as Shearburn for drafting help and fall quickly to the back bumper of the 71, but not before 1 car going to get through. That one about as close as it was with Renault. Fallon tried to sneak through from that second spotted line on the outside. The lead car got it. Cody Bias to the race lead at lap number 12.
Justin Bolton actually cycles it back a little bit as Alan Bose and Derek Bordeaux to the front. Alan Bose, Derek Bordeaux, and Ryan Michaeluza all stay on the inside, at least for now, with Logan Clampett leading that outside. PJ Sturgios also entering the picture. He stayed in the back for the entirety of that first green stint. He now wants to get some front-running action. Then you've got the strategy calls from Corey Vincent and Logan Clampett. We'll see how they do on their pair of 2 tires.
We're still duking it out side by side for the race lead. Going to be halfway home the next time by the 57 of PJ Sturgis, who came home just 2 points shy of a NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series championship 1 season ago. He won the most races out of anybody in that 2016 campaign. Looking to get things kicked off right where he left off with a trip to victory lane, second that time by. As we start to see that outside lane get some momentum built up. 71 also going to go to the outside of the racetrack, Mitchell Hunt. So just as quickly as that outside lane disappeared out of sight, they're coming back with some steam, trying to push themselves back into the top 5, and now Clampett going to go top side. So does Marcus Richardson, and they are going at it 3 wide at the start-finish line, and there they go with a 42.
They spin into the infield, caution flag is out. There's a lot of cars involved in this one.
Just ran out of real estate. The 71 ended up at a fence, and the guys on the outside just got tangled together. The 3, the 71, the 42, the 40, the 27, just the names that were immediately involved in that one. Probably about a dozen cars, Cam, in total. Green flag, though, gonna fly as we get back underway, side by side, and contact at the start-finish line with 19 laps to go.
Adam Gilliland was on it on that restart. Tried to get a little side drop by the looks of it off Chris Shearburn. He falls back as he's now side by side with Logan Clampett for the 2nd place position. Clampett gonna have that spot at the line. Shearburn has Sturgis and Scott behind him.
Yeah, and there goes Derek Bordeaux to the outside, right in front of Marcus Richardson, leaving Nolan Scott having worked his way to the bottom of the line, leaving PJ Sturgios all the way on the outside. They're 3 wide. PJ Sturgios, Chris Overland, Christian Challier.
Look at the move by Christian Challenger, though. The 6 gonna throw a block. There's contact down the back. Schoenberg gonna get punted down to the apron. He will force his way back up on track, and somehow everybody in one piece coming to 4 laps to go. Here they come off for quarter number 4. Clampett now on the outside.
And Bordeaux made a perfectly timed move to get underneath Clampett. They're still side by side.
There
goes the 39 around.
Johnson around in front of the pack. Caution flag is out. Derek Bordeaux in front with 3 laps to go. He should be able to take home the win from Daytona as carnage breaks out behind him. Won't quite be at 200 miles an hour, but he will collect the checkered flag. Derek Bordeaux, your winner in the season opener from Daytona. The best way for that number 4 Ford team to kick off this 2017 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series campaign.
Well, welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot Race Day, the conclusion of the Formula Renault Simcup here. As we just saw a moment ago, what happened in a wild, crazy race at Daytona in the first round of the 2017 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series, powered by iRacing. One thing worth noting, Paul, is Marcin still leads the championship. However, the gap is now down to 8 points. It is Talmont in second, Sadler in third. And of course, we had a fantastic result here today. Silvasti winning the race. What a performance he did, though.
That was just imperious. It was, he was untouchable today. I think the car and the track, he's obviously, as Johnny mentioned in the commentary, he'd obviously spent a lot of time working in practice, working on his setup, and getting himself absolutely in tune with this track, and it just came all together for him. And absolutely brilliant drive from him. Untouchable today.
Yeah, as well, of course, these guys are running exactly the same tracks and series as the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. So we'll be seeing them again, Paul, in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, certainly will. It's going to be some excellent racing next time out. Of course, we're going to be heading on over to the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve on April the 1st. No, it's not going to be no fool, that one in April. It's going to be really good, and it's going to be a different challenge for those Formula Renaults because the walls are really close together. One little mistake, and that's it. That's your race ruined. And we saw in Friday primetime, last season on Friday primetime at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, going down towards turn 1, in that one a few weeks ago, we had half the field wiped out because of it on the first lap of the race. So it's a bit of a tricky one to get your starts right, and you could see some drivers who maybe not towards the front of the field in pace-wise, but because of instance could end up moving through and getting some good championship points.
There is a likelihood that we are going to have our first caution of the season. And Johnny, that is going to really shake this field up, because if there is a caution, you spend about 6 minutes behind the pace car, and then you go from a 25-minute sprint race to about an 18-minute sprint race.
Yeah, it is, and drivers get unsettled, and they're not used to that all the time, because occasionally, if there's an accident, you move on and the race goes on. Especially on ovals, you see a lot of cautions, obviously, depending on endurance racing and what league you're in. Run it differently here in the sports series. One thing I do want to point out about Montreal is any driver you see very quick at Sebring, and I may be proven wrong on this, prove me wrong, guys, but generally at Montreal, the drivers who take the curbs well are very quick at tracks like Interlagos as well because of that. But we'll see if any driver is quick at Sebring who don't take the curbs here because they're so high are quick in a couple weeks' time at Montreal, just because of the fact that your driving style is different. You can't attack corners as well, and drivers who are less precise, this circuit at Sebring here today is less forgiving.
Yes, and I do expect to see one or two names maybe show up in a couple of weeks' time, Paul. The one that's on the back of my head, Kazuki Yamashima. Yes, he may be a Japanese driver, but he loves that place. We all remember what happened in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series a couple of years ago. But I see him run a Formula Renault at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, and he always is good there. The only one person who's not going to be there is me. I'm on a plane back from Spain.
Really? Ah, right, okay, so, that's going to be interesting how that works out then. But just on about Kazuki, I was always impressed with him when me and Johnny did the Road to Pro series a couple of years ago as well, so really good, talented driver, and yeah, you're right, he does always seem to go well around Montreal, so hopefully we get to see him in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, we need to make a t-shirt, by the way. I was a Kazuki fan before that Montreal crash.
Oh man, it would be interesting. I think the one thing is, though, I was expecting Yamashima to be quicker at Interlagos. It's very surprising that in the McLaren now, the usage of curbs and how that car reacts to circuits like that, some drivers aren't always the same, and we'll see if that happens at Montreal. And I don't know, because I see guys like Graham Carroll, for example, who was on the podium last year at Montreal. He's got a very loose type of car when he sets it up. So it's a science when it comes down to who's quick at certain circuits and who's not. But for some reason, I was very surprised with Yamashima not being that quick at Interlagos.
There's a lot of racing still to come. We're just setting up right now for the second round of the Supercup. And Paul, It's not going to be as crazy as Interlagos, I don't think, but it still is going to be a very, very good race here today.
Well, I mean, when you think of Sebring, you think of endurance racing and think of GT racing as well. So these Porsche Supercups, not quite full GT3 class cars, but they're still going to go very well around here. And of course, these Porsches can deal with the bumps a lot better than we saw with the Formula Renault, and they can also be aggressive on the curbs. So we're going to see a bit different racing here in this second race. And okay, last time out it was a full-blown touring car race with that one. This one I think is going to be a little bit different, and you know, there are a couple of high-speed sections, but there's a couple of sections here where you just got to follow each other and be patient. It's all about who can play that waiting game the best.
Yeah, I'm just working on having a look who's going to be at the front of this field right now, and we've got about 40 drivers who's going to be here today. And at the front of this field, we've got ourselves Fizel and Evan Maillard, David Williams in third class, Kivikas in fourth, Rensbrokeman and Bertolotti, Petri Kotovara, Happinen, Frank and Heikkinen. I mean, that's a top 10 anyone wants to commentate, really, Paul.
That's a who's who of Porsche racing, it certainly is. And don't forget, last time out we had between first and 31st on the grid, we had a second between them in the qualifying standing. So that just shows you how competitive these drivers are in this car and how close they all are in this car. So definitely it's going to be some fascinating racing in this second race. And well, if last time out is anything to go by, we should be in for an absolute cracker.
Oh yeah, indeed, as that race is going to be coming up very soon. And of course then, Johnny, we have got the second round of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. And we are going to extensively later on talk about what happened 1 year ago between Yoni Tamana and Gregor Houtu. But give us the 30-second version of that.
Well, I mean, they had the incident into turn one, both of them. They were both trying to attack Kroenke for the lead. After that incident, obviously, Houtu was found to be not at fault. That's very poor English, but he wasn't found to be at fault of the incident. In the end, though, that did cost the both of them, who I think at the time were catching Martin Kroenke for the win. It cost them both a chance at that victory. It cost them both a chance at some good points. So that was Kroenke's first win of the season, and it was a good one for him. Really set up the rhythm for the rest of his iconic year with his first World Championship.
And that race will be coming, of course, a little bit later on. It starts in just about 100 minutes from now here on RaceSpot TV and on iRacing Live. So, Paul, before we leave the Simcup and head ourselves over to the RaceSpot TV Porsche Supercup, what's your final thoughts from here, from Formula Renault land?
Well, as far as the Formula Renault goes, we saw some really good action once again, but we saw a lot of mistakes coming in this week, and really, Sebring, it's a track that will punish you for those mistakes, and bit of a bad weekend for Scott Newton as well, so he'll be wanting to put this one to bed and try and look forward, go and move on to Montreal. I think that'll be the next one. We're moving on to Montreal for him, so hopefully he can pick it up, and a few of the others who made mistakes can pick it up as well.
And in terms of the Super Cup that we're heading ourselves into, Johnny, you've got to keep your patience, I think, because last time we saw these guys, they were so closely separated that anything can happen. So they've got to keep their patience, especially in a track which is harder to make a lunge than at Interlagos.
Well, that's going to make it more interesting, I think, at Sebring. And I mean, this field is so strong. You've got some big names here throughout the order. I'm looking forward to this Super Cup race. It didn't disappoint, obviously, at Interlagos. That was some good fun. And that really got me pumped up for the World Championship event later on. But as I said, do not switch off the TV or whatever platform you're watching from, iPad, phone, if you can be bothered watching on such a small screen. This is going to be a great event. And I'm just waiting for it. I can't. I sound like one of those fanboys or whatever. You know, I don't feel like a commentator when I watch these Porsche events.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It really, really will be fun. Before we go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, Dirt, it's heading itself over to iRacing as we cut to commercial here on RaceSpot TV and on iRacing Live. Here's a look at what is to come in terms of Dirt as iRacing hooks up with Christopher Bell.
Hey guys, Christopher Bell here. As you guys know, iRacing is coming out with dirt, and it's been a long time coming. So I'm here today to kind of show you around the sprint cars and hopefully give you some insight for whenever you first drive it. So here we are at Williams Grove, gonna go out and make a couple laps in the 410 wing sprint car. I'm on default setup with a gear change to a 522. As we roll out of the pits, you guys might notice that the car wants to pull left and you have to hold the steering wheel right to go straight. That's normal for a sprint car because you have so much stagger, it's always trying to turn the car left. Once you get up to speed, that goes away. Going down the straightaways, Williams Grove has really long straightaways and really tight corners. The big wings on the sprint cars, it always wants to pull you left into the corner, so it doesn't take much steering wheel input to get the car into the corner. A big key for the wing sprint cars is that they always like to go straight. They don't like to be too sideways. So the less steering wheel input you can have and the straighter you can keep the car, the faster you'll go. As the track slickens off, you'll be able to play with the setup to get the car driving even straighter yet. And that's a couple laps around Williams Grove. So here we are at Eldora Speedway. I'm on baseline setup with a gear change to a 511. As we roll out at Eldora Speedway, one thing that you'll notice is that the corners are really sweeping and it's almost a circular shape. The big thing about Eldora is just keeping that steering wheel straight. The straighter you keep the wheel and the less steering input that you give the car, the faster you'll go. The fast line around Eldora will be right around the inside wall in the corners and then with a big arc towards the outside walls down the straightaways. Then once the track slicks off, you'll be able to follow the groove up towards the outside wall, where the famous Eldora High Line comes into play. So now we're at Volusia Speedway Park with the 410 wing sprint car. I'm on baseline setup with a 511 gear, the same as what we ran at Eldora. Whenever you roll out on the racetrack, you'll notice that Volusia is similar to Eldora. They have long sweeping corners, and it's kind of circular in shape. At Volusia, whenever the track is fast, you'll want to be right down against the concrete wall in the corners with a nice big arc down the straightaway. Whenever the track starts to slicken up, you'll be able to follow the groove up higher and higher. Whenever you get into turns 3 and 4 though, the groove might get up onto the shelf, which is the flatter section of the racetrack, and then it becomes very difficult to exit turn 4 without getting into the wall. And that's just one of the characteristics of Volusia Speedway Park. Hope you guys have fun.
Watch Ernie, go, go, go. Car right, car right, car right, car right. Watch, 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 watch. Jam it. Oh! Get ready. Dude, more heads up in that. Jeez.
Right on the back wing. Can he make it happen?
Yes! Yes! Push like hell. We gotta stay in front of these guys.
Drivers on the push to pass. Contact in the pit lane.
All right, 60. Let that eagle fly. What do I do? What happened? Push here. Push hard. Let's go get this guy. Car outside. We're behind you. Control. Clear outside. Good job. Just spun behind you. I don't know if you got him or not.
He got out of it so hard. Look at these guys are all over the back.
Full throttle.
IndyCar. He hit an outlap. What's next?
Come and get the checkers, big boy. Oh, baby, that was good. He hit me. Inside, inside, outside, inside, outside.
2017 Verizon IndyCar Series. See what's next.
There's nothing work in progress about this. This is the RaceSpot TV Supercup here on iRacing Live, the second of our support series for the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. You look up above then at the hairpin. We are just over 5 minutes away from heading ourselves to the starting grid for this, the second event of our season, and also the second event of the Super Cup. And if anything is to go by from what we saw a couple of weeks ago at Jose Interlagos, well, we're going to have ourselves something fantastic here today. Handing it over to Paul Smith and to Jonathan Simone once again.
Thank you very much, Will. And yes, we are here at the Sebring International Raceway, 3.7 miles, 17 turn track here. And we're going to see some excellent Porsche Supercup action in just a few moments' time. We'll look at the championship standings then, and it was race winner last time out, Jared Vilselt, who won that one ahead of Joni Heikkinen. Joshua Rogers, we saw progressing his way forward into third place, and we saw some incredible fighting with people like David Williams, Mika Hakkinen and Ricardo Castro-Ledo as well. So hopefully we'll be able to see some excellent battles once again this time out. And we've got Johnny Simon here, as we said. Johnny, with a circuit like this, it's synonymous with GT and endurance racing, so these cars should be right at home around here.
Yeah, they are, and just over 400 meters into the first corner, they're also going to struggle with the bottleneck there as they rocket off the line into that first sector of the racetrack. That's where the biggest challenge is going to be for most of these drivers. The good news is, these are some of the best drivers we've seen in sim racing here today, taking part in the support series in the Porsche. Look at the likes of Rens Bergman, we saw Klaus Kivigas down the field as well. Two very strong Coanda SimSport drivers. David Williams out there too, and other Coanda drivers. I look like I'm just supporting the VRS Coanda SimSport team, Paul. But right down the order as well. Last week, I remember we had Lando Norris out in the field, young McLaren driver in the real world, looking to make Formula 1 too. And unfortunately, Josh Rogers, who was third in the championship and managed to get that podium last time out, is not racing here today.
Yeah, unfortunately not here today, but of course it is a long season, 12 rounds of course, supporting the iRacing World Grand Prix Championship Series, and I'm sure I'll be getting told off in a second.
Whoa, Paul, please, come on, get it right, here we go. Repeat after me, the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series.
I'm sure that's what I said, but I said it in the wrong order. But yes, it's certainly. You see, this is what I get. You see, normally this is done behind closed doors. I usually get taken around the back of the building and given a bit of a slapping for saying things wrong. But we'll do it publicly this time. Why not? But anyways, Johnny, looking at this, look at the amount of pro licenses that are racing in this one. Obviously involved with the Blancpain series as well, which is coming up in April as well. So a lot of drivers getting some really good experience, a really good field of drivers here for you today in this Super Cup race.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing guys like Petteri Kottavaro, who we haven't seen for a number of years in the World Championship Grand Prix Series coming up next. I got it right, Paul. And while Paul gets smacked behind the scenes, I'll talk about a man named Mario Bertolotti, who is up the order right now. And he's a driver we always see, Paul, in the GT field, experience, knows his stuff. I also, as I mentioned with the bottlenecks, the bumps don't help into the first corner. There's no real line as well into turn one that works at the start of the event, because you could be on the inside and the tighter line might work out for you. Depends if you're in the outer line. 3 wide never helps as well because of how narrow turn, or the exit of turn 1 becomes, and into 2 and 3. Really, these guys, although they're experienced, wouldn't be surprised if they really have no room to make their way through the first corners, and we see drivers fling off into the barriers.
Yeah, and we could end up seeing with a big field again in this Super Cup as well. We saw 40 cars last time out, and we're going to be pretty much on that 40 car limit once again in this series. So a minute and a half to go in practice. These guys just getting a little bit of a warm up, getting their eye in for the conditions. Of course, looking at the track temperature, the Air temperature 82 degrees Fahrenheit, track temperature 89, so it's not too hot as the track temperature, so it's going to take a couple of laps before these tyres get really up to temperature. With the winds at the northwest, 4 miles an hour, so nice and calm wind, so it's not going to affect the aero of these cars. But a standing start for these cars then here today, and well, Johnny, that's going to be interesting. Of course, we have got safety cars that could come into play as well.
Yeah, and not many drivers, maybe in the GT field, practice standing starts too much. So for those guys, it's going to be interesting whether they can get off the line. We see Bertolotti, for example, doing a few practice starts here on the main straight. Always smart to do. And just pick your line into turn 1, 2, and you should be practicing that for the past 2 weeks, if that's all you've been waiting for, is this support series race. And this is stuff you should be prepared for. We saw our winner last race in the Formula Renault. The car was dialed in, everything was set stone for him, and he knew what he was doing. So really looking forward to it. 6 gears in this car, 485 horsepower. Naturally aspirated engine, and when they all rocket in to the first corner, the race is coming up in a minute's time, Paul. I'm getting very excited. I'm getting nervous too.
Well, I'm going to say, if you're getting nervous, how about those drivers who will be shortly heading towards the grid? So as the clock ticks down, we'll be getting ready to have a look at that grid then. And well, here we go. This is how your field lines up today. And it is Jared Filsell once again on pole position ahead of Evan Maillard in second. David Williams, a good third place for him with Klaus Kivikas in fourth. Renz Broekman up in fifth place with Mario Bertoletti in sixth place. Patrick Cotravara in seventh. Mika Happinen, the man who we saw battling last time out in 8th, with Christian Frank in 9th and Joni Heikkinen rounding up your top 10 there, as we'll run through the rest of the field. 37 car grid here for you today, so a good strong field, not quite the full 40 cars that we had last time out, but even so, 37 cars. It's going to be really close action. A little bit more spread out time-wise of these cars as well. Only the first 16 covered by 1 second compared to last time out. So these cars are going to be pushing hard. They're going to be pushing very quickly as well, as we are getting set for this race. Just the last couple of seconds ticking down. And we're here for the start of this one. And, well, no, here we go then. The engine's revving up. The green flag is in the air. Away we go then, and it is Jared Filsell who gets a really good start, but look at this, dropping back straight away. Evan Maillard just not having the best of starts. David Williams has moved up in second place. And Maillard trying to hold off Klaus Kivikas, running through turn 1 now. Will everyone make it through there? A lot of dust getting kicked up as cars run wide. Everyone gets through turn 1, now into turn 3, 4 and 5. This is where you're going to be a little bit patient. When you're side by side with the field at the start of this one, these guys are just all got to be patient. They've got to give each other room. That's exactly what people are doing as they head on through Big Bend down towards the hairpin for the first time in this 30-minute race here in your Super Cup. And well, further down you've got groups of 2-3 wide going into the hairpin. One car running a little bit wide, and I believe that was Renz Broekman as well, so dropping down a little bit of places there in that one. But so far, half a lap done. Everybody keeping going there, John. It's a good clean start from them.
Yeah, but Broekman made that mistake. You can see Kivikas as well. He rocketed off the line, but he runs wide. And Cotavara straight behind. We've got another incident. Yeah, here we go.
We've got a big crash, and we're going to be, the caution flag surely will be coming out for that one. Yes, it is. The safety car is going to be coming out. 4 cars, 5 cars recovering in that one. Oh, 1 car reversed directly as another car was coming around further back. Yusa Haitala, I believe, was one of the cars involved in that one. I'm sure we'll get a replay of everything that happened there. But it was going down to turn number 10, Cunningham Corner there, Johnny. And it was a move from in front, actually, of Haitala that started backing everyone up. A lot of contact, and everyone then had to check up there.
We spoke about the bottlenecking, and you can see right there how these drivers are all looking to make up position when you've got a field of 28 drivers taking 37 drivers, excuse me, what am I saying, 28? 37 drivers in the field taking the green flag. You'll end up in this situation eventually. That's like, I mean, that's as big as it will get in road racing too. And that's like the big one you'll see at a super speedway in NASCAR. But Mika Happinen as well, he started from the 8th position. He had a very good start, but he had the outside line, and that didn't really help him too much. And that's what happened to Klaus Kivigas too off the line. He had the outside line into the first corner, and he was that Coanda car you saw kicking up all the dust in the air, and that's pretty much the smoke screen that caused behind Paul. Luckily, no one into that complex where the leaders are coming through now. Nobody into this complex of the racetrack spun off too much, so good to see the dust didn't cause too many issues. Apart from that, though, caution flag out, and now you just have to make sure you adjust everything well for strategy.
So yeah, while we're under safety car, we will just step aside for just a moment. It's Jared Filsell ahead of Evan Maliad with David Williams. We'll be right back.
The NASCAR Beginner for Series, powered by iRacing, is the premier NASCAR eSport series featuring the cars and tracks from the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series. The 2016 campaign saw a return to the top of the mountain by Ray Alfalla as a 3-time NASCAR World Champion. The march to that championship was not easy, though, despite the fact that Ray Alfalla took home the most points in series history. It just also happened to be the tightest championship fight we had ever seen. These guys are set for the 2017 campaign, and as it has been for the 7 years prior, it is no longer going to be a straight shot to the championship. We are going to see the biggest change in this championship picture in series history, as for the first time ever, there will be a chase for the championship. We're going to go into the Homestead Miami Speedway at the end of the season with the 4 best oval sim racing drivers in the world absolutely tied in the championship. You just got to beat the other 3 guys out and you will become an official NASCAR champion. You're going to get yourself a NASCAR championship ring and, of course, $10,000. These are the iRacing eSport World Championships, the pinnacle of sim racing competition. You can catch it all season long, live coverage at iRacing.com/live.
Welcome back then to this Super Cup race here on RaceSpot RaceDay. We're under caution at the moment here. And here's Jared Filsell ahead of Evan Maliad and David Williams in 3rd place. And Johnny, we've seen a little instant under safety car into turn 1. Just talk us about what happened there.
Yeah, we had a car, I think it was Michael Healy, who had suspension damage, couldn't control that car going into the first corner. It's so odd when you see a car spin off on a caution lap, but that's what happened. He had the damage, and it collected a car behind too, so not the best race for Michael Healy, who joins our retirement list along with Sean Kelly and Mark McDonald. And we do have 34 cars left in the field, Paul. And as they all form up, hopefully we go green in a couple minutes' time.
Well, we're going to have at least one more lap then behind the safety car, the iRacing safety car. What we can do is possibly look at how people have gone in terms of gaining positions. Petri Kotravara moving up 2 positions, also Tommy Ostgaard as well moving up 2 positions, but it's going to be further down where you're going to see the bigger moves, and Neto Nascimento is, well, up 12 positions on this one, and Joseph Burton Harris as well up 11th positions as well. Scott Gray up 14 positions. It just goes to show how a big instant like that can have benefit a few people, as a few of our drivers going into pit road, Toika and Nurmi into pit road.
Oh, we've seen in Formula 1 when there's a big incident, they still penalise drivers sometimes for just speeding straight off, like turn 1 into Monte Carlo as well. When there's an incident and a driver goes off the track for no reason, then they give him a penalty for that, But sometimes in these situations, the whole track was just blocked. There's a roadblock. These drivers had to go off. They might have gained a few positions from that, but that's racing, and that's what counts as well. I'm really looking forward to this battle, though, at the front. Jared Filsell and Evan Maliad right next to each other. We know the experience of David Williams behind, and I think he can sustain the pace. Despite him not being too quick in qualifying, he was very close to being on the front row. Only missed out by 0.03 of a second, Paul. So let's not forget that David has the pace. But Klaus Kivikas, who had that great start, made a couple of mistakes too. So if I'm Petri Kotavaro behind in 5th, I'm going to try and put as much pressure on Kvyat at the start and really throw him off his game.
It's going to be interesting as we're got about half a lap remaining here. We're going to have about a 21-minute race. It's going to be very much a sprint race for the end of this one. Everyone bunched up here. It's going to be a rolling start. Interesting to see how people manage that rolling start, because of course it's a technique that not everyone seems to practice, and it's something you need to work on because you can lose so many positions.
You also don't want to have a second caution as well at the start. You want to be able to get away cleanly, do your best. I don't know where Phil Sell will floor it, you know. He doesn't want to floor it too early, obviously. He has to wait for the pace car to pull into the pits. But at the same time, whether you want to do it at the exit of Sunset Bend or when someone else is steering and your car's straight, that's also good. This is something that drivers maybe haven't practiced before because of the lack of cautions in a road racing event. And let's see how Phil Sell handles it. But the field behind is bunched up. And you can see right now, between the top 17, only 8 seconds separating them. This is going to be a heck of a race now. 21 minutes to go. And the drivers are ready for some good action.
Okay, so they're going through Le Mans corner once again. Drivers just being patient. All about managing your tyres, tyre temperatures as well, because you don't want to let the tyres get a little bit too cold here. And look at Evan Meliad really showing his intentions. He's getting up alongside. He's trying to get into the mirrors of Jared Filsell. The rest of the field behind, all weaving there, just trying to get some form of temperature or movement into their tyres. But here we go then, into Sunset Bend, and Jared hasn't really left much of a gap to the safety car, and that safety car will be peeling off into the pit lane on the right hand side very shortly, and he's going to be getting onto the power. Bumpy exit to this corner as well, so going to be difficult. No traction control in these cars. The pace car pulls off to the left. He's holding. The green flag is in the air now. It's a delayed start, and look at everybody getting bunched up now. Heading down towards turn 1. We've got 3 wide. Heading down almost 4 wide in towards turn 1. Let's hope that everyone can get through. It's all chaos going through, and there's contact, and it's Rens Brockman who's in the big contact there. They're on the outside the corner, and there's multiple cars involved in there. The track though is still clear, although there's another car getting caught up in that one, and well, everybody now back up and running there. So Jared Filsell at the front then, ahead of Evan Milliard. David Williams now in 3rd place. But that was a big moment then. Rens Brockman went for a bit of a wall ride.
Yeah, and we saw 4 wide as well. Happinen had no room, and he's the one who clipped, I think, Cottavara, who was involved with a couple Coanda cars going straight into him. Here's the 42 of Blake Neck into the hairpin. He's gone off to avoid hitting the back of Happinen, just talking about him. So a coincidence there, but very feisty start with the leaders.
Another contact behind Blake Neck as well. Somebody's gone up and over, and that was Christopher Elsborn, who is now pulled up. He's out the race, so big drama going on this restart, and well, we thought they'd got all their bumping and barging out the way at the first round, Johnny, but they're carrying it on from where they left off at Interlagos.
Yeah, exactly, and at the start as well, I think it was Bertolotti who went straight into the back of Rens Brockman. Brockman though had to back off, so it's not all Bertolotti's fault, because Brockman was about to hit the inside wall. He was bunched in. It's just a racing incident that went on. I mean, if you're going to have 4 or 5 wide there, Paul, I mean, I knew I was getting excited for something, but that's just too much to handle right now, as Filsell leads by 0.3 of a second behind Maliad. The front, though, settled pretty well. It's down the mid-pack of the order where everybody's still sort of looking to slice and dice for position. Ariharo, for example, looking to make his way into the top 10. You can see that white smoke kicking up at Sunset Bend. Small lock-up for him. And the exit here, so important heading into the first corner as they apply the throttle. Nice traction from Haro, but he's not close enough to Joseph Burton Harris in front.
It's really close at the front here. Jared Filsell and Evan Maliard. Only 0.2 of a second, 0.3 of a second between them now as they head through turn 1 in towards turn 3 now. So that's going to be an interesting one, because Jared, last time out, he was able to just pull out a little bit of a gap in that one at Interlagos. This time, though, he's under that pressure from Evan, and this is going to be your battle for the lead all the way through the race. You would have to feel with just under 18 minutes left of this race remaining. further down, you've got drivers like Victor Koitala and also Joseph Burton-Harris battling it out. That's for 9th and 10th place. But as you were saying, Ali Haro in that 11th place battling out. So big queue of cars here, Johnny. And I said this last time, it's difficult to know where to look because there's action all the way down the field.
Yeah, there is, and that just makes it all that more exciting. Still looking at Ariharo though, who doesn't seem to have the pace to get past Burton-Harris. They go through turn 11 now, towards this very difficult part of the racetrack, into turn 13 Tower. So tight, this right-hander. It's very similar to turn 10 Cunningham, but it's a bit, as I said, a bit tired than before, as the 34
Moritz Lerner. Moritz Lerner had a spin on his own there. He was in a pack and went around there at Cunningham Corner. So able to keep it out the wall and able to get going once again. So not the best of races for Moritz there. But yeah, really close action here, Johnny. And we're not going to see the end of this one. I can tell you that for sure.
Yeah, and what was so difficult for Moritz there was the visual cues of the car spinning. You can't really see it when you're alongside about 50,000 cars around you in that mad pack of racing. So the fact that he lost the car, I think if he was on his own, he could have saved it. But as I said, the visual cue of seeing the front end sort of oversteering as he applied the throttle, couldn't see it. And that's a front end balance issue, which I hope won't affect him for the rest of the event. And we talked about the front already. Maillard's keeping himself at bay here of Jared Purcell, our round 1 winner and championship leader. He's attacking the curbs nicely, and he's just playing the patient game. Whether or not he can, well, it's a Murray Walker effect again, Paul, whether or not he can make his way past. There's still 15 minutes remaining. He's only 6/10 back. Maintain the draft.
Yeah, as we'll look at the big gains and the big losers in that one, and there was some big games for sure in that one in the top 10. Look at that, Christian Tyler Zuch then up 11 positions from the start of this race. Nassim Mento up 21 positions along with Burton Harris as well. So some big gains out of all those incidents early on in this race. And well, these guys, it's such a difficult track, as we said in the former Renault race. It's a difficult track, and one little mistake gets punished. But we saw there with the restart as well, one little instant could cause chaos for half the field.
It does. It's so narrow here, so that's what happens at Sebring. Nothing to be excited for. But lap times between Maillard and Purcell, it looks like Maillard visually has creeped up right to the back of the Aussie in the lead. It's Australia versus France. You don't normally see that, Paul, but here we go. We have it here today. Look at the different lines they take through Le Mans. I think that was just a mistake from Maillard, because look at the time he's lost here across the Allman Straight. No DRS to help him in the Porsche, and he's going to have to, well, he's really going to struggle to keep up now. I mean, that's a huge mistake there.
Well, he's still in the slipstream here. Let's not give him, let's not completely write him off yet. He's still in that slipstream. He's still got the car in front, giving him that little bit of a tour, and it's 2 long straights there to start the lap and to end the lap as well. So you're going to pick up a little bit of slipstream, getting a little bit of speed down those straights as you're heading towards turn 1. So those two pretty much staying as they are at the moment. That is Purcell, Maillard, Williams in 3rd place, a second and a half behind. Tommy Ostgaard into 4th place in this one, with, as we're saying, Christian Tyler Zuch in 5th place. So great driving from him. And this one, Mario Bertoletti in 6th place with Jack Sedgwick in 7th. Neto Nascimento in 8th with Coyota 9th, and Burton Harris 10th. As well, we're on board, and we can see just how these guys are pushing hard and how much the bumps affect the cars as well.
Yeah, Cotovara now heading towards the hairpin, and that's a battle in front as well. And that's Haro trying to make a move on Burton Harris, who started from 31st. He bumps him out of the way. Now he has to maintain that 11th position from Happinen, who we know Happinen involved in that incident on the restart. So he's trying to make his way back up the order with the damage you can see on that Porsche as they now head towards Cunningham. Calm, poised under braking is Harris. He actually goes a little bit deeper, but as I said before, Paul, in the Formula Renault race, we saw drivers getting away with that into turn 10, into Cunningham, where you can brake deep and still maintain the grip as they now head towards Tower. Oh man, I thought Happinen was going to maybe give him a little tap to make his way up the order, but Harris there being abused by the field.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's a bit of the cork in the bottle here, because look at the queue behind him, as you say, Happonen, Gray, Kotravara, Parvalainen, and also Hightaller as well, and Heikkinen at the back of that group. So big queue of traffic and some big names in that one as well. So these guys desperate to try and move forward and move past that car of Burton Harris, who of course has made his way through the field. So maybe not quite got the outright pace of these guys, and that's showing in these battling further down, like we say, for 11th down to 17th place there in this queue of traffic. By the way, just to keep you abreast of the lead, it's now up to 0.8 of a second, so Phil Sell able to just pull away a little bit at the front there. But it's this battle here that's really what's happening in this race.
Yeah, nice battle in the mid-pack. And Ari Haro is on a charge right now. Right behind Kreutler. Well, he was right behind. I say that, and they prove me wrong. He makes a mistake at the exit at turn 1. You can see the difference in curb usage, too, between an open-wheel car and these GT cars. Obvious for anybody who follows motor racing. touring car like this. Sorry, not a touring car. What am I saying? A GT car like this.
What's a Grand Tourer? It's a Grand Tourer. It's a GT car.
Oh my god! I'm not checking my mentions after this race on Twitter. I'm going to get flamed. But Haro especially, you can take the curbs nice and easy. Look at these flat curbs at turn 7. Use it all. I saw a driver before cut the inside of the hairpin at turn 7, go in the dust. Now, whether that's saved in time or not, we'll have to look at the telemetry.
Which we unfortunately don't have.
We don't have, but they're not going to release to us. No, none of that.
Well, it is still Burton Harris doing a good, gives him enough a good bit of defensive driving. You know, hats off to Burton Harris here. He's got a lot of pressure from behind here. Happening, as we saw last time out in Interlagos, he was able to get involved in battling and making sure that he could move forward. But these guys, they find it difficult to get past Burton Harris here, and we've said how difficult it is to overtake at this circuit. Basically, you're overtaking opportunities, really. On the exit of Le Mans, going down the Auburn Straight down to Sunset Bend, you can maybe try and get it in towards turn 1, but it's a bit of a tricky one. And then down to the hairpin, down at turn 7, that's really the only places he can make an overtake here, John.
Yeah, exactly. Well, at least the McLaren has DRS to help these guys, and as artificial as it is, I guess some of these guys in the Porsche would probably secretly be hoping for it right now, because we are looking at the cork of the bottle. I don't really think anybody right now is holding up a train. I think just drivers just can't make their way past as we approach the 10-minute mark in this event. Happening now, though, very close to Burton Harris. Now, don't forget, Paul, damage could come into effect, and it could affect the straight line speed for some of these guys. Happening across the front stretch, 242 kilometers an hour, and he's lost about 2 kilometers an hour compared to Happening, so I don't know if that's damage or just a poor exit.
Or it could be a little bit of a different setup, a little bit more wing on the rear there, causing a little bit more drag possibly. Oh my god, an incident! Harrow! Annie Harrow, he said he was on a charge. Well, the charge has come to an end there. Makes a mistake, around he goes, and that was into turn number 3. As we look at the replay then, he was battling for 9th place with Koitala and heading in towards turn 3, gets onto the brakes and just, well, through 3 into 4, onto the curb, and that was it, onto the grass, and around he goes.
Yeah, but look at this though, the fight continues as, oh man, too wide here going through the middle part of the lap. Burton Harris having a look, and he turns around Escamento.
4-car incident, around they go, and from going from battling for 10th place, they've now dropped right down the order. Be careful coming back onto the track, guys, because you've got cars coming through the field here. The big loser of this one is Burton Harris. He's dropped all the way down from 10th place. He's dropping down my timing sheet here. He's down to 27th, possibly 28th place now, and he looks to have a little bit of damage as he finally gets back onto the track.
And this has benefited the likes of Ettore Tavaro, who managed to make his way through. Scott Gray, I was hoping, would he looked strong, but he was caught up in that incident there. He was right behind them, and he had nowhere to go up the inside line. But look at what it's creating here. Shambles down the middle end of the pack as drivers scramble for position. Very important positions, Paul, because there's only 8 minutes remaining.
Absolutely, 8 minutes in this one. Your lead, by the way, is up to 1 second now for Jared Filsell. So just able to just eke out that gap at the front. We've got a car in pit road. There's going to be a few cars in pit road after that incident as well. Oh, a little bit of spin at Sunset Bend, and around goes Riley Blythe. the 267, and he was turned around there and into the wall. He's getting back up and running again, but yeah, not the best results there for Rayleigh, and in fact he's going into pits, so he's got damage.
Yeah, it certainly does. That was with Angelo Michel, and so he just went way too hot.
He almost had a spin then. Christian Frank's able to get ahead of Heikkinen. Joni Heikkinen is struggling with that car now. Obviously, it was one of the people involved in that incident with Burton Harris. And, well, these guys, it's separated the field up a little bit, but it's also got little bunches, little packs here, as we've got too wide going into the hairpin. That's Heikkinen trying to hold on to that 13th place, but he's going to end up losing this one, you feel. Oh, no, he isn't. He's going to hold on to that for the time being.
There's a lot of battery going on this race. I mean, the courts are going to have a lot of legal cases going on because drivers are being forced off the racetrack, like left, right, and center today, which is fun. I'm not complaining. Well, I want to see more of it, just in a friendly way. Obviously, we don't want to see what happened, for example, to Riley Blythe. Turned around, his race is essentially, his race day is done. There's not much he can do from down the order in B26 right now. He's still in the pits, and whether or not comes back on the racetrack is another question in itself. But back to the front though, Phil Sell, if you're wondering what's happening between himself and Maillard, that gap now 1.1 seconds, and he has that extra breathing room, and he's on the run right now, not comfortably, to a second race win of the season.
Yeah, it's certainly not done yet, and we've seen how mistakes can happen around this track, so definitely still opportunities for Maillard to catch up and maybe make a move later on in this one. And well, the battle for fifth place, should say, is going pretty close now at the moment. Tyler Zutch is in that fifth place with Bertolotti and Jack Sedgwick now in 7th place. So a 3-car train there battling it out for the mid-pack of the top 10. Further down the field as well, you've still got Koitala, Kotravara, Pavlainen and Hietala as well. They're battling out for 8th place. So really, two little packs there battling it out in your top 10, Johnny.
Yeah, the Finnish names are a good challenge for you today. You pick the 4 hardest drivers in a row to watch a battle and pronounce their names at the same time. But
go on, Johnny.
No, I was going to say anyway. Hietala right now behind is close. But as we said into the hairpin, no dive bombs here. I've seen so many times at Sebring, guys think that you win the race at turn 7. Percentage-wise, not to go all stats and everybody, it just doesn't really work out for the best. It's just so tight. The exit, you need to straighten the car up. It's not one of those easy corners to pull a dive bomb at. So, as you said, what I was about to say, Paul, is that it's not really a right-hander 90 degree. People mistake it for that. It's basically a full-fledged hairpin, and that's what it's called.
Certainly is a hairpin. We started with 37 cars in the grid for the start of this race. We're down to 25 runners here, so we've had a high attrition rate in this race, and we've seen how the big incidents can really affect matters in this one. Still pretty close in P5. It's still pretty close there. Bertolotti is now just looking a little bit more dangerous. Time's running out now. We're coming towards the 4-minute mark. And he's going to have to make a move sooner rather than later. Phil Sell has pulled out another 0.3 of a second at the front. He's now 1.3 seconds ahead. David Williams, we haven't really talked about him. He's on his own in that 3rd place at the moment. So definitely a good race for him. Get some good points for him. Hopefully with Tommy Ostgaard in 4th place. But it's this battle of the 5th that's really intriguing. Bertolotti, Johnny, he looks to maybe have the pace of Tyler Zutch, but not able to make it past here.
We'll see how much damage he has too. I don't think he's got that much. He did have the tap into this corner. He's just coming past there, and the memories of that won't be haunting him because you've got to have a short-term memory in sim racing and forget every little bit of mistake and incident you've had. Look at Thilo Zip.
Look at P8 as well. We've got 2 wide going through turn 1, and now it's a 6-car train here because Christian Frank and Joni Heikkinen have caught up to the back of this one as well. So they're going to be joined by Setsas as well very shortly. So Koitala doing a good job of defensive driving, but he's under intense pressure here from Kotravara now as they're heading down towards the hairpin, getting really close to Kotravara, looking to the inside. Oh, he's having to make a late move to the outside there. Very, very close, and we've got to move down the inside from further back. And that was Christian Frank there making a move then, so up and ahead of Pavlainen. So that's a change of position for those, up to 11th place now for Frank.
And, well, I mean, Pavalainen had to get out of the way because Frank came from a mile back. And we just spoke about the dive bombs there into turn 7. Got Tavara getting incredibly impatient here going through Cunningham. And they now come towards Tower, turn 13. Will Kottavara make his way past? He's got 10 seconds in front to Sedgwick, who's in P7. So this will be pretty much his last move of the race as Kottavara now has a peek up the inside. Does he have the room? No.
Oh, there's contact! How does he hold on to that? Oh, there's still more contact, and bang! Into the back of Kottavara. He's going to come across the track. Luckily, doesn't collect anyone else, but that's a big instant then. And, well, I have to say, hats off to Koitala. I thought he was going to end up being turned around there, Johnny.
Oh my goodness.
It's still not over here as well, by the way. Hatella now is making the move for 8th place as we're heading towards the final lap of this race here. And down the inside goes Hatella. And I tell you what, if you're Koitala, your heart rate must be up in the 190s, 200s at the moment.
No one speak to me until the end of the race. Oh my goodness.
Well, I tell you what, one person who is heading towards the end of this race is Jared Filsell. He's 1.6 seconds ahead. That is a good lead for him at the moment, and well, he's currently heading towards the end of this race. But yeah, this is fantastic racing. We've still got that battle for 5th place as well going on. Christian Frank is making a move side by side there with Setsas. Setsas done a fantastic job of moving forward after that incident then. And car behind, that's Arihara. He's just lost a position, lost control there on the exit into Big Pen. And well, these guys have been battling it out. It's hard fought racing. Generally clean. The odd little panel damage here and there, but certainly these guys not giving up, and Harrow is off again, getting caught up with Blake Neck there. So Neck ended up ahead of Harrow. Definitely not a good day for him. At the front, Filsell, will he be able to? Oh, God, up and over, Pavalainen is back on his wheels now. Big instant there, down at Cunningham corner. So he gets back up and running. He's going to have a lot of damage to that car. Whether he'll make it to the end of this lap, he'll try and make it to the end of this lap, but hopefully not take anyone else out of this one. But it's going to be heading down to Sunset Bend for the final time then. Jared Filsell coming through then. Final corner of this race. The time ticks down. We may get the checkered flag. Yeah, we're going to get the checkered flag this time by, and it's going to be Jared Filsell. Lights to flag victory, even with the safety car involved as well. Takes the win ahead of Alvin Meliad in 2nd place. David Williams ended up in that 3rd place. Coming across the line, Bertolotti under pressure from Sedgwick. Sedgwick just can't get the place. And heading into the final corner now, Hatala ahead of Koitala. And Koitala is trying his best to try and get the best run out of Sunset Bend. Can he make a move? The answer is going to be no, he's not. But really close behind, and Christian Frank ends up just ahead of Blake Neck there. Arihara, who had been involved in a few incidents, had a self-spin as well in that race. Certainly a big one. So that was certainly a race filled with incidents there. And what we will do then is we will take you through your finishing results then. And well, it is Jared Filsell who ends up taking the win. 1.7 seconds ahead of Ava Meliad in 2nd place. David Williams then in 3rd with Tommy Ostgaard in 4th. Christian Thaler-Zuch, great drive, 16th to 5th in that race. Finishes in that 5th place with Mario Bertoletti in 6th. Jack Sedgwick, 23rd to 7th, so good drive from him, with Jussa Hatala in 8th place, 9th place for Victor Koitala, and 10th place for Joni Heikkinen. The rest of your field we'll go through there. As we said earlier, 37 started, only 25 finished that race. Will?
Wow. Just wow.
That's one word for it.
It's a very different race to Interlagos. We had our first caution in RaceSpot TV race day, and we also had ourselves another 2 incidents that very almost made for a safety car moment there, Paul. We had the one just after the restart, which, I mean, we were talking about it off air, and that was, if the cars were on the racing line, that would have been a caution easy, but they weren't. We kept them going. And then we had the other one, 10 minutes before the end, 4 cars around. I mean, that could have been a caution as well.
Certainly could. It was very close to being a caution with the way that they were having to try feedback onto in front of the rest of the field as well. So some big incidents, and I think a few drivers may be getting a little bit of word in their ear as well as to their aggressive nature of their driving, that's for sure.
Yeah, and don't forget, of course, even though this is a private hosted league, brought to you by RaceSpot TV and our friends and partners, there are still some rules in effect, and that is going to mean that those drivers who fail to participate in a gentlemanly manner will, of course, get slaps around the wrist. We mean the aggressive, don't do this again, not any other form that you're thinking about. But, John, what a race we just had. What a race we have just had this afternoon.
Wow. Did you see that save from Vic Keutler? I'm still amazed. That's one of the greatest saves in human history.
And Colavara, I mean, he made the bump and he suffered as a consequence.
Oh my goodness, I don't know what to say. That's just, and they're having a go at after the race here. The drivers are having a chat in the paddock. They're having a go at each other. Just leave it. I found that entertaining. I thought there was going to be hugs and kisses, but oh my gosh, I'm not even. Can we delay the World Championship event by like another hour? I need to take this in.
Where's Carl Busch when you need him?
Yeah, good point. Oh man, Will, but
Joey,
you know
come
what?
on
In all
down to pit
seriousness,
road. But the thing is, though, Paul, it's like, you know, these series, they are serious series, but at the same time, some of the viewers who aren't used to this more kind of intense touring style car racing. I mean, these 911s, yeah, they are GT cars. You put them into a field like the Supercup, and it does become closer to touring car racing than it does to GT racing.
Well, I mean, I'm sure. I know you're aware of this, and Johnny are aware of this. And a few of the viewers will be aware of this. You know, I'm used to that touring car style of driving myself. So you know, you want to get a little bit of rubbing. Rubbing's racing, but not punting people off. That's not really how we want to be racing. But I tell you what, when you get close action like that, and as we were saying, brilliant saves from drivers as well. You know, it does make some entertaining racing. Maybe just turn the aggression down from 12 to 11. I think that'll do.
Yeah.
That'll do for us.
And of course, Paul, we had ourselves the first caution of the series as well, and we thought that might have helped Evan Maillard, but about halfway through the race, he just lost the drive, so to say, lost the slipstream. And I think at this track, like in the Formula Renaults, it seems to me if you have the draft, it would help you. And Sebring is one of those tracks that if you have the draft, it will help you, like it will be at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in a couple of weeks' time. And I'll tell you one thing, I feel sorry for race control in 2 weeks' time when I'm not there.
Yeah, good luck, guys. That's going to be an interesting one because, really, as we've seen, turn 1 could be chaos there. The first chicane could be chaos.
Turn 1, the chicane. The turn 6, the second chicane, the hairpin, the final chicane, and that's like number 1.
Yeah, so that's basically every corner on the track could be chaos with all the walls there as well at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. So definitely, it's going to be a case of those who can sort of keep out of trouble. Maybe those drivers who can sort of say the awareness. You've got to have the awareness there to be able to see what's going on, and those that have the better awareness will be the ones who really benefit in the long run of that race.
That was Supercup. We've got ourselves 10 minutes before the the second round of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series qualifying. And we'll carry on. We're going to carry on. This is going to be one very long broadcast here today. And, well, Johnny, let's start thinking about the World Championship Grand Prix Series for a moment, because Croncake was so good last time out in Brazil. I mean, fantastic at Brazil. But this is a track that I always say favors the two teams of Red Lion and Kawanda equally. And last year, had there have not have been that incident with Yonu Tamano and Gregor Hutu, I still say that Tamano could have actually come and attacked Martin Croncake. Of course, this was 3 rounds into the championship last year when Kawanda still weren't good on the long pace.
Yeah, I think, in my opinion anyway, setup matters so much at this track, and the teams who are smart enough to understand the car and dial in the car into Sebring, it will make a huge difference. Sometimes, as we'll mention later on in qualifying, you can easily set up the car to avoid all these bumps in an open wheel vehicle, but at the same time, you want to be able to get some temperature into the front tires, and you also don't want to lose feel when you turn into corners, which is so important, because there's no room for error with these high curbs.
Indeed. And I think that's going to be the thing, Paul, is that qualifying is going to be seriously important. And we saw how close qualifying was at Interlagos 2 weeks ago. Qualifying will be equally important here, arguably more so, because there are less pure overtaking moves.
Well, that's it. I mean, you look at what happened in the Formula Renault race earlier today. It was very difficult for people to make those overtakes. And yes, you got the DRS going on down the Almond Straight there, but you got to be able to follow the car in front through the twistier sections of this track. So really, it's going to be a difficult track to make those overtakes on, and it's going to favour the brave, the last of the late breakers really, who'll make any overtakes. So qualifying, absolutely essential to be able to get yourself a good spot, to be able to look forward rather than look behind.
Rachel Whiteford's been doing social media here on RaceSpot TV for the entirety of RaceSpot Race Day. Rachel, your thoughts about the Supercup?
Well, it's certainly provided an entertaining race for us, Will, and entertaining goes in multiple different directions. We saw safety car procedure for the first time, and in the end we had another fantastic win by Jared. Cracking racing, of course, and exactly what we're expecting from the Supercup. Things will improve, of course, as the season goes on and guys get to know each other, but, well, we all like hard racing rather than a procession.
And in terms of the incident that happened just after the green flag, should that have been a caution, or do you think the cars, were they off track enough to avoid going under yellow for the second time?
In any other track, that would have been a caution. I think in a situation that was, especially with it happening at the front of the field. However, Sebring Turn 1, a little bit unique. The track is incredibly wide there, 7-8 lanes wide. There's plenty of room in the runoff there from the exit of pit road. Real world, caution. Sim racing, let them race. They're out of the way.
Drivers have at it. But Johnny's not here actually, so I'm going to come back to you, Paul, then to wrap things up for this part of our coverage. In terms of the Super Cup, then, we have had ourselves Jared doing himself a fantastic job. Evan Malia, though, can't seem to close the deal, and that is the thing that I take out of this race and I put into the third round of the championship at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Maybe, just maybe, in order for Evan Malia to have any shot on this championship, he's got to win out in 1 week's time.
He's certainly got to get a win, of course. Remember, it was a disaster for him at Interlagos last time as well, so for Evan. So he really needs to pick up those results and hope that Jared gets a few scrapes, a little few incidents, just to help pull him into that championship battle. But interesting to see how we go, because Circuit Gilles Villeneuve is a different test to this one. A lot of slipstreaming, but also a lot of hard braking as well. It's how you're able to handle that braking and get that car slowed down as quickly as possible, as basically who we will see do well there next time.
And many could argue that actually Circuit Gilles Villeneuve could be the best race of the season by far.
Oh, yeah, it always produces really good racing, even in Formula 1, so it is a unique track. It's all about sort of carrying that speed and try not to have too much problems going into braking zones. It's, as I say, it's basically a track of braking zones and acceleration and get that top speed, because if you can do that as well as everybody else, I know you could basically say that about every track, but that one specifically, it is important there, especially coming out that hairpin, carrying all that speed down the back straight.
Yeah, and I will say, EasyJet, can you please make my flight come a little bit earlier on the 2 weeks time? I've got to go Gatwick Airport to Birmingham. I might make the second half of the World Championship race. I'm not quite sure at this point. And you know what it's like going around the M25. I mean, no one's going to know the M25 outside of England, Paul, but it is basically the world's biggest car park.
Oh, absolutely it is, and good luck with that one, and good luck with Gatwick Airport as well. I've not had good experience of that one, but when you say you might get to the second half of the World Championship, well, I'm not holding my breath on that one.
Yeah, so we have, of course, got ourselves more racing to come up here on RaceSpot TV and on iRacing Live. That will take place in a few minutes time here. We will get you the race results then from the second round of the Supercup up in just one moment for you to at least talk about, because it has been a crazy wild day once again here on RaceSpot TV and on iRacing Live. And thank you to everyone that's been a part of RaceSpot TV Race Day. We wanted to bring you these series to make Race Day more fun. I will say, Jared Field's still there, a fantastic job. He leads the championship right now. Having a look through, Evan Maillard in the second position today here in the race in terms of the championship standings. Well, it's Williams actually up in third. And we didn't talk much about Williams in this event at all, Paul, but very quickly, he is one of those drivers that we know can hook it up. And he's also very, very consistent.
He quietly gets the job done. He's one of those drivers, he just gets the job done, and that's what you need for a championship. You need to pick up those points, but you think he'll be wanting to look further up. He wants to get that top step of the podium. But Evan Maillard, second place, he had that disaster last time out in Interlagos. It's on 12th place in the championship, but still pretty close, and anything could happen in this one.
Yeah, Williams is currently 11 points behind Gerard there in terms of your championship. You've got Jenny Häkkinen in third, Maria Bottolotti in the fourth place, and Juuso Haitala in fifth, Tommy Osgaard in sixth. Joint points actually of Christian Viasurk. And then we've also got ourselves Klaus Kivikas in 8th place, 9th place, Mika Happinen, 10th place is Jenny Tankinen right now. We are at the bottom of the hour, and that means it's time to head on yourselves to qualifying for round number 2 of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. But if you want to know what happened in the last round of the championship, here it is, thanks to our friends over at Apex Racing TV. After the long winter and the thrills of the Pro Series of Road Racing, it's time for the big dogs to come out. And let's welcome in a new season then. Lights go out. We are away. Down towards turn number 1. The guys will come for the first time. Good start by Kroenke. Hutu thinks about going down to the inside. Doesn't get the jump yet. Do they all survive turn number 1? No. We've got a car turned around. It's an Orion Racing Team car. We've got an Apex Racing UK driver out as well, Johnny. Martin Kroenke does lead as they come up the hill for the first time. Alexei Yusiakola is in third place. In fact, your top 5 drivers, top 6 drivers are as they qualified right now. Freak Shawhorse now trying to make a move on Antoine Hegelin, trying to recover from what was not the best to start. And Freak moves himself up a position, but goes wide on the exit of the corner. Almost there, taking both drivers out. And they're going to go side by side into Peradura. Can Antoine Hegelin hold it on the outside? The answer is no. We've got side by side between Bono House and Graham Carroll. Bono will move himself up. They were side by side for the first part of that lap. They almost made contact twice, but this is fantastic racing. So, automatically kick off. Can Bono House go toe-to-toe in the World Championship Grand Prix Series? Oh, yes, he can.
But Dinkel's starting to struggle, and here's Shotthorse maybe into Veradora up the inside. That's going to be brave.
Oh, and he's going to make it work. What a move there, but they're going to stay side by side for the moment there. Dinkel outside line, but Freak will have no big tail slapper for him, and he has to concede the place. Berriman's now going to try and go down the inside into the center S. Who's going to win it? Oh, upside down then, hard into the wall is Peter Berriman. As we've got Graham Carroll on pit road for the first time.
And that's important, because will that release Freak Shotthorse?
We've got ourselves 2 red line drivers on pit road. Freak Shawhorse and Bono House have all made pit stops. Graham Carroll, of course, has made a pit stop, and Shawhorse responding there. It's going to be very close, actually, between the driver of Shawhorse and Graham Carroll, but no, Carroll will come out ahead, actually, by about 1 second.
Hutu now, most importantly, enters the pit lane before Martin Kroenke.
Wow. Alexei Yusiakola on pit road as well. So, Hutu going to get his stop. Olli Pakila is also in. Let's see where Hutu comes out, because actually he might end up being passed in just 1 second time by the driver Marty Piatella. This is going to help Coanda even more, but no. Hutu powers through there, and that was a significant move by him. Kroenke comes out ahead of Dinkel, and he's increased that gap actually to about 3.7 seconds over Gregor Hutu for the time being. Graham Carroll, P number 6, Rick Shawhorse, P number 5 right now. So, Carroll has fallen back to 6th place in this event. Ollie Packer, a good job by him. That time, Graham Carroll couldn't do anything.
Tormula throws it up the inside at 4. As I said, don't carry too much speed, which he does. But he stops the car in time on the apex. So good car control from Tormula. Tormula now goes past Jamie Fluke. Around the outside, Pakula has a bit more grip this time around, and Prix closes the door there. That was great from Prix. Almost took out his teammate in the end, but Ollie has the run here out of 3.
Ollie Pakula is going to breeze past, but that, for a moment, was a little bit too close for my liking, shall we say.
2 Apex teammates who swap positions now. Dinkel straight through there.
On the run now into turn number 4. Graham Carroll outside line, doesn't manage to make it work. Pushes wide into the kitty litter almost. Martin Kroenke picks up where he left off in 2016, and he wins the first round of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. After the Formula Renaults and the Porsches come the McLarens as we head ourselves then to qualifying for the second round of the 2017 iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. It's Wolverhampton with Jonathan Simone. Thank you so much to Paul Smith for providing lead commentary then for the RaceSpot RaceDay coverage. We are here at Sebring. 76 degrees. It's cooled down a little bit here. 36% race relative humidity. 9 km/h winds right now. Qualifying is underway. We've got 2 sessions actually. And actually, you and I are going to talk about 2 different things here, Johnny, because I'm keeping an eye out on the second session for once. You are keeping your eye out on the main session.
Yes, I am right now. It's Kroenke on provisional pole. What a surprise. Our defending world champion there, the only driver in the 1:31 range, just in there with a .997. Good to see Joni Tormula, only a 10th behind provisional pole, and he's still out there pounding away at the lap times.
Having a look on board with Mogar Philo right now. And Radical's online a couple of weeks ago. We always get stick when we talk about this one, Johnny, but Radicals really did disappoint us 2 weeks ago in the World Championship Series, and we're hoping they'll do like what Coanda did a season ago and bounce back. Because we've got in this session Yuta Saito, Mogar Philo, and we really do need the Radical guys to get back on track. And actually, Sebring, historically, is one of those ones where they are just a little bit better.
Yeah, exactly. So, as I said, this circuit's got a certain feel to it where you need a perfect car over bumps. Setup is so crucial, and how you work together with your teammates in terms of seeing where the right balance is through certain corners. You might be really stable through the first sector, but depending on how you are through the straights, and the middle part of the lap also has a huge difference to lap time. There's Hutu climbing towards provisional pole with a 31.7, and he said last round at the end of the race, Will, that he knew why he was lacking pace in comparison to our defending champion Martin Kroenke. And well, so far he's got himself back into P1. Good to see from the 5-time world champion.
So far, so good, one would argue. And as we say here, we're doing something a little bit off camera here today. We're going to show you the guys that are actually going to struggle in some cases to make the grid. And we talk about that, Johnny, because there are going to be at least 6 drivers who won't make the grid here today. And there are going to be some people saying, oh, why are you not showing us Hutu? Why are you not showing us Kroenke? But we talk to the fans so often, and they always want to know who makes the cut and who doesn't. And it's almost as close a battle as those who actually are at the front of the field.
Yeah, and last round it was Diogo Oliveira in that positive sim racing car who missed out on the 35-car grid by less than a 10th of a second, so it gets so close there towards the back end of the order. The front group, generally, the slower guys will make the field. Everybody in our first group at Interlagos made the 35-car grid. It's that second group that you got your eye on, Will, which is the slower group in a way, but sometimes you get a pole position runner, which we've seen in the past.
Yeah, we did see Diego Oliveira then crashing out on the exit of turn number 1 on his second flying lap. He did a 133.632. Sorry, 133.9 actually. We're having a look on board of Vicaria right now in that Thrustmaster Movano racing machine. Currently 11th place in this session. The 2 sessions are going on identically. And actually down into number 12 right now as Frederick Kern moves up into the 11th place. But in this session, we have got ourselves Pasolis Gergis as well as Kazuki Umeshima. Now, Umeshima, of course, is one of those drivers who we do know can be fantastic at times. We expect him to be better at Suzuki Villeneuve in a week's time, 2 weeks' time even. But today, this driver can still be very fast, Umeshima.
He can, and didn't race here last year at Sebring, but it can be very quick around circuits with these types of characteristics with bumps. He's very good at taking curbs, we know that, Umeshima, and he's very inconsistently quick. Last round, though, as I talked about that inconsistency, ended up qualifying 28th when you combine the 2 fields, so an anomaly for a man named Kazuki Umeshima. But at the same time now, back to this first group, Hutu starts a new lap, and Kroenke remains in the pits. He's going to go down to the wire with Martin Kroenke.
He often does that, though. He waits to see what happens with Gregor Hutu, then goes out for a lap. And you learn these strategies over the course of time. Pasolis Gergis, of course, the only driver who's changed teams between round 1 and round 2. Evidently, he didn't like his time over at Thrustmaster Apex Racing Academy. He's now over to Core Sim Racing.
Yeah, good change. Didn't get a main team seat at Apex, so he wants to learn, and he joins Isaac Price over there. We also know Sebastian Job, former World Championship driver, also moving there. We could see him in this 50-car grid next year, so that's going to be very interesting to see. Regardless of that, though, he did DNF in the early laps after lap 1, so the start to his World Championship career came to an abrupt end.
It did, yes, as we now look on board with the Vortex Sim Racing driver of Balas Remniak. And this is the thing, actually, Johnny. What I like doing at the start of the season, looking at the way that some of these cars handle better than others. And Remniak, his car struggled so much there through 14, 15, 16.
It did. And look, that's just going to be a bit of a confidence issue, too, when you approach those corners towards the end of the lap. I mean, you want to be able to steer that car in and just be confident that it's going to stick to the racetrack. And we saw in the Formula Renault Sport Series race 2, it's not really a confidence booster when that car's bouncing around and it's not glued like rails.
Yeah, as Valis Remniak currently in 12th place in this session. We will, ladies and gentlemen, make sure we give you up to date exactly what's happening at the end of this session. There is Gergis there in that Core Sim Racing machine, number 41 car. He is on a flying lap right now. Let's listen in then for him for a moment as he heads himself now on the exit of Cunningham Corner. You sense that this is an outlap, but Johnny, what I hear there as well is that you should really be attacking the racetrack through those sections of turn 13, 14, 15, 16. And it comes down, in my opinion, to traction, downforce, and talent. Now, 2 of those things you can control on the race car, 1 of them you can't. But even though we talk about talent, you know, all 50 drivers in the World Championship Grand Prix Series deserve to be here. However, it sometimes comes down to whether these guys have got the mechanical speed to go with their driving talent. In some cases, they might be fantastic if this was to be a fixed setup series, but it isn't.
Yeah, exactly. So these guys have to work for it, and they've got to be smart too. This McLaren, from the switch of the Williams FW31 to this McLaren MP4-30, you can see the smart drivers start to get really, really quick over the years. And Michael Dinkel, one of them, who was a rookie last season, come in this season, and obviously this race is going to be starting from the pits, which we'll talk later on about. But he's improved so much. And that's just, those types of guys. Ilkka Haapala, I know too, is very, very smart in terms of understanding this car. Kroenke, very good too. He's got an immense amount of talent. Right now, the dilemma for Kroenke is that Patrick Holtzman, who left the Apex Racing UK team, he's now a privateer, no team to his name, has jumped on to that provisional front row with Hutu.
We've really got to talk about this because 2 drivers have left Apex Racing recently, and one of them is doing fantastically. That is Patrick Holtzman, and Holtzman we knew was fast in terms of what he did when he was at Movano. You remember those battles in the Pro Series, Johnny, that went right to the very, very end, and it got ugly at points. Holtzman is one of those drivers that we have seen as a privateer before, and arguably is one of those drivers that if you're going to say someone unusual to win a world championship, circle his name.
Yeah, exactly. And I did mention it last round too, that if Apex managed to get all 8 drivers working together really well, that would be magnificent. Already one of them's gone, and another one in the academy is gone too. So hopefully the rest of the team still grips together. So much more to talk about that later on. Kroenke, by the way, clips the wall at the end of his lap, and he will start no greater than P3.
So it's Hutu then, who will get himself pole position for the second round of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series after Martin Kroenke has himself an incident final corner of his flying lap. It's Patrick Holtzman, provisionally, who is going to be second place in this event. And well, we've been building up to this, Johnny, in terms of a wacky, crazy Saturday. And it looks to be right now that is exactly what we are going to get.
Yeah, exactly. Nice grid here as well. Defending champion starting third. Good to see Holtzman. I mean, to leave the Apex team and then come here on the front row. I mean, a great performance. Rubbing in the wounds as well. And a couple other drivers up there too. Cemberlik Bassi up there starting in 7th, right behind a man named Bonahas, who's a very strong sim racer we know will.
Yes, indeed. And we are really looking forward to this one here in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. So provisionally, it's Hutu from Holtzman, front row of the grid. Martin Kroenke 3rd, Joni Tamara in 4th. Talk about Joni Tamara in a moment's time. Frank Schulhorst in the 5th position. Bonahas in P number 6. However, Daniel Arndt Wansing also very fast because Gotchmo Garfilo might be there in the mix as well. We'll get yourselves full confirmation of what happened in a few moments time. For those of you just joining us, this is what happened in round number 1 of the 2017 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing, as we will step aside for just 1 moment's time. This is RaceSpot Race Day.
We are set to get this 2017 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series underway. Chris Shearburn takes the American Ethanol green flag from Daytona. We're off and away. Movement up at the front. Look at the 27 and the 36. Both Bias and Bolton can go to the outside, and that takes away the 2 cars right behind that 35 as Shearburn for drafting help and fall quickly to the back bumper of the 71, but not before 1 car going to get through. That one about as close as it was with Renault. Fallon tried to sneak through from that second spotted line on the outside. The lead car got it. Cody Bias to the race lead at lap number 12.
Justin Bolton actually cycles it back a little bit as Alan Bowes and Derek Bordeaux to the front. Alan Bowes, Derek Bordeaux, and Ryan Michaeluza all stay on the inside, at least for now, with Logan Clampett leading that outside. PJ Sturgios also entering the picture. He stayed in the back for the entirety of that first green stint. He now wants to get some front-running action. Then you've got the strategy calls from Corey Vincent and Logan Clampett. We'll see how they do on their pair of 2 tires.
We're still duking it out side by side for the race lead. Going to be halfway home the next time by the 57 of PJ Sturgis, who came home just 2 points shy of a NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series championship 1 season ago. He won the most races out of anybody in that 2016 campaign. Looking to get things kicked off right where he left off with a trip to victory lane, second that time up. As we start to see that outside lane get some momentum built up. 71 also going to go to the outside of the racetrack, Mitchell Hunt. So just as quickly as that outside lane disappeared out of sight, they're coming back with some steam. They're going to push themselves back into the top 5, and now Clampett going to go top side. So does Marcus Richardson, and they are going at it 3 wide at the start-finish line, and there they go with a 42.
They spin into the infield. Caution flag is out. There's a lot of cars involved in this one.
Just ran out of real estate. The 71 ended up at a fence, and the guys on the outside just got tangled together. The 3, the 71, the 42, the 40, the 27, just the names that were immediately involved in that one. Probably about a dozen cars, Cam, in total. Green flag, though, gonna fly as we get back underway. Side by side and contact at the start-finish line with 19 laps to go.
Adam Gilliland was on it on that restart. Tried to get a little side drop by the looks of it off Chris Shearburn. He falls back as he's now side by side with Logan Clampett for the second place position. Clampett gonna have that spot at the line. Shearburn has Sturgis and Scott behind him.
Yeah, and there goes Derek Bordeaux to the outside, right in front of Marcus Richardson, leaving Nolan Scott having worked his way to the bottom of the line, leaving PJ Sturgis all the way on the outside. They're 3 wide. PJ Sturgis, Chris Overland, Christian Challier.
Look at the move by Christian Challier, though. The 6 gonna throw a block. There's contact down the back. Schoenberg gonna get punted down to the apron. He will force his way back up on track, and somehow everybody in one piece. Coming to 4 laps to go. Here they come off for quarter number 4. Clampett now on the outside.
And Bordeaux made a perfectly timed move to get underneath Clampett. They're still side by side.
There goes
the 39 around.
Johnson around in front of the pack. Caution flag is out. Derek Bordeaux in front with 3 laps to go. He should be able to take home the win from Daytona as Carnage breaks out behind him. Won't quite be at 200 miles an hour, but he will collect the checkered flag. Derek Bordeaux, your winner in the season opener from Daytona. The best way for that number 4 Ford team to kick off this 2017 NASCAR Peak Free Series campaign.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, to Sebring International Raceway, as it'll be Gregor Hutu on pole position for the second round of the championship. Johnny, talking about this off air, we're going to do something a little bit different here. We want to show the drive, the fans here. We don't normally get to experience this. The reasons and the differences why some people struggle to qualify to others. And I often say, you know, driver talent is one of those 3 things, but actually it is things like traction, downforce, and just pure grip. As we ride on board right now with Daniel Bieder, who qualified very far towards the rear of the field, that positive sim racing car. He won't make the cut for the race today. But that lap, you know, it doesn't look bad, but he just pushes a little bit wide at turn number 1, and all of a sudden there's 2 tenths gone. Struggles for entering to turn number 2. Another 10th gone. Struggles through turn number 3 and 4. And automatically, he's struggling quite a bit. We come to the end of the lap there through Sunset Bend. Bieder coming home, P number 19.
Well, unfortunately for both positive sim racing cars, they qualified down the order, so definitely struggles there. We know Oliveira had a moment, he had a spin on his fast lap, so he might have been a little bit quicker, but you can see the difference there. Maybe that team just didn't figure it out, but last time out, Bieder did make the 35 car grid, and he ended up finishing in the 21st position. So the difference between not making the grid for the man named Jake Sturgis, who we'll talk about now, who will not make the grid. He qualified in P36, and imagine that. I mean, Jake Sturgis has so much experience in this series, and it's come to this. I mean, I don't know if he made an error on his lap or not, but certainly not where he wants to be.
Yeah, we're having a look on board Diego Oliveira right now, and again, we're not saying that these drivers are bad. They are not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but we're just trying to highlight the difference between the guys at the front of the field who qualify in the top 5 and the drivers that struggle to make them. And you just see that Oliveira having to brake earlier, not able to attack the curve there on the exit of Cunningham Corner, as he will now work himself into Tower Corner. And you just see he's struggling for grip all over the racetrack. And every time he misses that apex, like he did into Tower, there's 2 tenths of a second lost. But Jake Sturgis in iRacing, what a fall from grace. As a year ago, we're talking about them being one of the best teams in sim racing right now. And for Jake Sturgis even, of course, he came second place. He's come high up in the championship, in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, high up in the championship of the Montpain GT Series. He's come close towards a NASCAR P3 Series win before. His brother came second a year ago in the championship. But to see Jake Sturgis not qualifying, that is something we don't often see.
No, hardly ever see it. This will be his 8th season in the World Championship if he does take a start. He wasn't there at Interlagos, so maybe he's got some bit of that scruffy winter break still on him right now, which he needs to get out of.
Is that the first time he's not actually qualified for a race that he's attempted?
Possibly over the years. We'll have to look into that.
Go on Twitch stats, man.
I have no idea, but the point is that, I mean, as strong as Jake's been, he's finished P3 in the championship, don't forget, before, in 2012. This is a guy who's been on the podium before. This is incredible. Also, don't forget, Pacala will start from 26th. And going back to those struggles you talked about, for example, the likes of Bida or Oliveira right now, spring rates at this racetrack, that's so essential. Something I could never figure out in the past 5 years to ever know how to set up. I would just steal what my teammates would have and plug it in. So that's what maybe some of these drivers have done today. But you also look at weight distribution. That first corner and Sunset Bend as well. Weight distribution is so important. When you throw that car into the corner, aero balance and damping crucial too. I spoke about this in the Support Series race. You want to be able to take the bumps at this circuit without feeling them. But you also don't want to lose the feel into corners, such a turn in. You want to be able to feel the heaviness of the car and be able to react to any little sudden movement or jolt the car may have through these bumpy sections of the racetrack. And Sebring is one of the toughest circuits on our 12-race calendar this season to set this McLaren up for.
Yeah, indeed, of the World Championship Grand Prix Series. Yeah, this is one that they don't run in the real Formula 1 series. But still, you know, the Verizon IndyCar Series runs here, Johnny. As I'm going to take 4 seconds to do this. There we are. As simultaneously, it's worth noting that this track we saw in the Formula Renault series, we saw in the Supercup series as well, that passing can be difficult. It's actually arguably less difficult in this series compared to the two support series because of things like DRS we talked about earlier on. But for Gregor Hooter right now, we remember we were talking at the end of the Interlagos race, and he said he may have considered a two-stop strategy. If I am Redline right now, I've got that front and centre of me for Hooter, and then put the rest of the Redline guys on the one-stop strategy just to see how things go.
Well, maybe. At the same time, you don't want to blow a lead. So if you're in the lead, stick to the safe strategy. Be
Hungary
fundamental.
1998.
Oh, possibly. Don't bring up that kind of stuff to me. You're making me scared right now. See, that's the last thing you want in your mind in terms of strategy. The good thing is, though, if you're at the top and you're that quick and you're dialed into the car that well, you are prepared for all situations. So you know what you're going to do in terms of two-stop strategy to one-stop. I remember with teammates in the past, we used to set up some good spreadsheets and literally communicate with each other of saying, this is how much time you lose in a 20-lap stint, and the pit lane lost time, which is just over 20 seconds here. It makes a huge difference for these guys. Last thing I want to say, DRS after turn 5, going into the hairpin at turn 7, and don't forget the Ullman straight. So that's where the other DRS zone is, but thoughtfully, not on that main straight, because into turn 1, some drivers may not dab the brakes, and they might go straight through into the corner. And that means manually switching off DRS.
Yes, indeed so. As, of course, let's not forget, though, Johnny, this is 1 year since we had ourselves that famous crash between Gregor Hooter and Yuna Tamala. Now, Tamala is starting towards the front of the field again. And that INX Racing car might be thinking, you know what? I've got to salvage something for my team here today. In the event that we end ourselves in a situation where Hooter and Tamala is at the front of the field, do you think like maybe Yoni is thinking, do I make that pass after what happened last year, especially down into turn number 1?
You don't think about it trust me, when you're in the cockpit, you're just thinking about what's going on now. There's no salt on the wound. If you are thinking that way, just over it. You know, the job's at hand now. You've moved on. It was a year ago. Championships, completely different picture this year. I think Yoni just wants to focus on getting a good result because he only finished 10th at Interlagos. Remember, that was a race that he ended up winning last year. So for him right now, to start P4, he'd be delighted. Forget the past, move on. He's got big names around him right now. And Holtzman, who's a privateer, Tormula in the NX car. Man, these guys are in a good little sandwich here.
It's going to be a good one. Rachel Whiteford's here with us for social media as ever. Rachel, what are you looking forward to in terms of this event?
Well, this track has one thing we don't see very often in this series, Will. It has that street course feeling to it. Something we need to see a lot more of in Formula Car racing. Sebring is fantastic. It's going to be a great race today. We know the track can be tricky. The curbs are big. Can Hutu take it from the pole? I'm not so sure. He's got a lot to catch up on this season.
He has. But we know that the red line pace wasn't bad last time out at Interlagos. We know that Redline and Kawanda have historically been equal here, and that means that we should be in for a good shout. Before we head ourselves then to commercial, Rachel, who's going to win this motor race?
I think after last year and that crash he had, of course, with Tamala, I think it could be Kroenke or Yoni. Was fast last year, so keep an eye on him.
Johnny.
Well, looking at Hutu's qualifying pace, he does look quick, but that's whether or not Holtzman and Kroenke made a couple mistakes. So I'd have to say at the moment it looks like Hutu's going to take victory.
It's going to be close. Your top four we'll talk about in more detail then. It'll be Hutu, Holtzman, Kroenke, Tamala, with Frank Schohorst and Bono House even in P number 6. We're going to step aside for a few moments here, get ourselves ready for the race here to round out your second edition of RaceSpot Race Day here on RaceSpot TV and on iRacing Live. Stick with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more after these messages.
Watch Ernie, go, go, go. Car right, car right, car right, car right. Watch him, watch him, watch him, watch him. Damn it! Get ready. Dude, more heads up in that. Jeez.
Right on the back wing. Can he make it happen?
Yes! Yes! Push like hell. We gotta stay in front of these guys.
Both drivers on the push to pass. Contact in the pit lane.
All right, sexy. Let that eagle fly. What do I do? What happened? Push here. Push hard. Let's go get this guy. Car outside. Through behind you. Toe. Clear outside. Good job. Just spun behind you. I don't know if you got him or not.
He got out of it so hard. Look at these guys are all over the back.
Full throttle.
IndyCar.
The in and out lap.
What's next?
Come and get the checkers, big boy. Oh, baby, that was good. He hit me. Inside, inside, outside, inside, outside.
2017 Verizon IndyCar Series. See what's next.
Hey guys, Christopher Bell here. As you guys know, iRacing is coming out with dirt, and it's been a long time coming. So I'm here today to kind of show you around the sprint cars and hopefully give you some insight for whenever you first drive it. So here we are at Williams Grove, gonna go out and make a couple laps in the 410 wing sprint car. I'm on default setup with a gear change to a 522. As we roll out of the pits, you guys might notice that the car wants to pull left and you have to hold the steering wheel right to go straight. That's normal for a sprint car because you have so much stagger, it's always trying to turn the car left. Once you get up to speed, that goes away. Going down the straightaways, Williams Grove has really long straightaways and really tight corners. The big wings on the sprint cars, it always wants to pull you left into the corner, so it doesn't take much steering wheel input to get the car into the corner. A big key for the wing sprint cars is that they always like to go straight. They don't like to be too sideways, so the less steering wheel input you can have and the straighter you can keep the car, the faster you'll go. As the track slickens off, you'll be able to play with the setup to get the car driving even straighter yet. And that's a couple laps around Williams Grove. So here we are at Eldora Speedway. I'm on baseline setup with a gear change to a 511. As we roll out at Eldora Speedway, one thing that you'll notice is that the corners are really sweeping and it's almost a circular shape. The big thing about Eldora is just keeping that steering wheel straight. The straighter you keep the wheel and the less steering input that you give the car, the faster you'll go. The fast line around Eldora will be right around the inside wall in the corners and then with a big arc towards the outside walls down the straightaways. Then once the track slicks off, you'll be able to follow the groove up towards the outside wall, where the famous Eldora High Line comes into play. So now we're at Volusia Speedway Park with the 410 wing sprint car. I'm on baseline setup with a 511 gear, the same as what we ran at Eldora. Whenever you roll out on the racetrack, you'll notice that Volusia is similar to Eldora. They have long sweeping corners, and it's kind of circular in shape. At Volusia, whenever the track is fast, you'll want to be right down against the concrete wall in the corners with a nice big arc down the straightaway. Whenever the track starts to slicken up, you'll be able to follow the groove up higher and higher. Whenever you get into turns 3 and 4 though, the groove might get up onto the shelf, which is the flatter section of the racetrack, and then it becomes very difficult to exit turn 4 without getting into the wall. And that's just one of the characteristics of Volusia Speedway Park. Hope you guys have fun.
Welcome to Sebring. Welcome to round number 2 of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series here from Sebring International Raceway, as we are just about now 4 minutes away from the start of the second round of the championship. Johnny Simone, Jonathan Simone, Will Vincent here, as let's have a look first of all at the track conditions here for today. You see, it's 77 degrees, 15 kilometer an hour winds. It's built up since RaceSpot race day. The skies, they have cleared. The wind has picked up. And Johnny, that means we're going to see ourselves some drafting here.
Yep, definitely so. And that track temperature is incredibly high. And that means tire degradation is going to be extremely important here today. We spoke about 2 stops earlier on broadcast ahead of the event. And we may get a couple 2 stops here today.
We might. As we'll show you your grid in just 1 moment's time. But Johnny, we've got to talk about the grid with an of caution here today, because a number of drivers are going to be starting this race from pit road.
Yep, definitely so. So, I mean, that's going to clear up the grid for a lot of these guys. Bullock Bussiu starts 9th. Incredible starting position for him. Unfortunately, we'll have to take to the pits, and that happened because of the errors going out too early in qualifying, Will.
Yeah.
Last round, that was.
Yeah, and it's the first round of the championship. And what essentially happens is at tracks like Interlagos, where drivers can score themselves an advantage, the drivers have to wait for the green to come out. And in this case, a number of drivers forgot that simple rule from the race briefing. It's like a simple little thing. Read the emails from race control, Johnny.
Yeah, it definitely is. And a lot of drivers, it's going to take us too long to name even. I mean, how many are there? I've even bothered to count before the race, but there's so many. We've never had this before in the World Championship history. We've had ridiculous races before where some drivers have protested by not showing up. We've had a lot of controversy, but that's what makes us love the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. Apart from all the on-track action, the off-track stuff is always entertaining too, and it gives us a good feel for Grand Prix Series racing.
Let's then run you through your starting grid for the second round of the championship. And Gregor Hutu will start himself on pole position here today, as Martin Kroenke had issues on the final corner of his final lap. Hutu was able to take pole. second place, Patrick Holtzman. He's now a privateer. He's listed down as Apex Racing UK, but he is a privateer. Martin Kroenke in the third position here. Fourth place is Yoni Tomala. Cycler on back, and you see that you've got yourselves Frank Schoenhorst in the fifth position, Bono House in P number 6. Then Daniel Wensing in 7th, Lucas Gotch in the 8th position. Back a little bit further, and there is Ken Bassi in 9th, and Isaac Price running at your top 10. Rest of the qualifying coming up on your screen here, Johnny, but as we said, a number of drivers will be starting from pit road due to those penalties.
Yep, Cembulik Bassi part of them. Marcus Jensen, Peter Berryman too as well. A lot of other drivers too. Marin Cholak, Jamie Fluke, Wensing, who you mentioned before, also in the top 10. He'll be starting from the pits. Then we have Carter, Montañez, Michael Dinkel, Yuta Saito, Jurgis, Jobby, Ellis Jr., Piatella, David Corp. So you see, big grid there, starting from the pits. And if you did not make the grid today, Will, we obviously know that is going to carry on to the next round. But these drivers today are focusing on 52 laps of action coming up. We saw the bottleneck that happens in these early laps, at especially going into turn 2, how the track sort of tightens when you get to that part of the racetrack. Some drivers may go off as well at the exit of turn 1. And the fact that the dust kicks up into the air really makes visibility so hard for these drivers to see going into turn 2.
Yeah, indeed it will. As we can see, Gregor Hutu just coming out of pit road. He's going to do probably a practice start. Let's listen in. A lot of wheel spin there for the Team Redline driver. Let's bear that one in mind. Can he get it right when it comes to the start of this event? Drivers are out on track, but not any longer, because it's time to head ourselves to the starting grid for the second round of the championship. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, which, alongside the NASCAR Peak Anti-Race Series powered by iRacing and the Blancpain GT Series, makes up some of the biggest sim racing competition in the world. These drivers are competing for money. They are also competing to get themselves more iRacing credits, but most importantly, they are competing to get themselves a championship ring. Gregor Hutu, of course, has done that 5 times. We talk about that so often. Martin Kroenke scored his first championship last season, but now it's a case of, in 2017, who is going to get themselves the advantage. The drivers are under gridding conditions right now, waiting for those lights to go on top of the iRacing.com gantry. And as it does so, we're going to start thinking about this race. It's 52 laps here today in Sebring. The wind has picked up, and now these drivers have to adapt. It may well be a 2-stopper here today. Some drivers will still think about 1. The crazy ones will think about 3 stoppers. But 2's the way to go. But first of all, get yourselves through turn number 1. Lights out. Away we go here at Sebring. And already Kroenke down to the inside. What an early start by him there, Johnny.
Amazing start. Hutu off the line. The wheel spin again. So his practice start, the same as his real race start. He's dropped down to 4th.
What a start we've had, and what a bad start by Gregor Hutu. Look at him falling through the field right now, and I've never seen a start like this. I've never seen a start like this from Gregor Hutu. I am legitimately speechless right now as he tries to go down to the inside of Patrick Holtzman.
Oh, well, look at this down the back of the order 2. Carroll goes up into P7 past Lucas Gotch, who's falling down the order 2. But Hutu there, you can see the field starting to spread out now. Tormula up into 2nd. Holtzman also didn't get off the line well. Look at our 2 guys on the front row, down in 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, let's get ourselves then a couple of replays of the start. First one, on board with your pole sitter Gregor Hutu. Struggling off the line. You just see that on his left-hand side. There's Martin Kroenke saying, thank you so much. I'm going to take this race lead away in towards the first corner. Fantastic stuff there. And I think that also upset the line that Gregor Hutu was looking to take into that first corner. We're now right on board with the driver of Martin Kroenke. Just cycle that back a tiny bit there. You see, as they come up to the start of this event, Graham Carroll has himself a good run as well in the Apex Racing UK machine. But for Martin Kroenke, what a start he's had here today. Fantastically off the line, Johnny.
Yep, and he's broken from DRS zone, crucially from Joni Tomala too. 1.1 seconds separating our 2016 champion from the NX racing car behind. Holtzman third, Hutu fourth, as we mentioned. Bonner and Frake have had a quiet start between the two, but they're still lingering around in the 5th and 6th spots. Carroll we saw go past Gotch, and then Alexei Usiaklo and Isaac Price round out the top 10. But there we go, Will, incredible, and they almost touched Hutu and Kroenke. So Hutu having the wheel spin, car wobbling around, they almost made contact, and now it's going to be a hard fight to see if they can get past Joni Tomala.
You want me to call it right now?
Call what? Tell me.
Hutu. No, you can't even say that these days. I was going to say maybe Hutu was going to be on a one-stop race here, but in terms of the tyres, of course, they don't take fuel, they only take tyres here. But, you know, if you will spin that much, that's just down to you. A poor start, and we saw that just as we came towards the green flag. Hutu, he had so much wheel spin there, and evidently he couldn't sort it out in time. The rest of the red line drivers were able to do so. But one thing that is worth noting on this 35 car field, we have got ourselves one driver on pit road right now. That is Riley Preston in the Orion Racing Team car. He is on pit road, and the drivers that came out of pit road, you want me to go through them for you? Of course I will. Daniel Warrington, Ken Bassi, Jamie Fluke, Michael Dinkel, Yuta Saito, Martin Piatella, Passos Gerges, Marcus Jensen, Kevin Ellis Jr., Maran Kolak, Jorge Montanez, and Mogar Filo. Is actually Yuta Saito has just had himself a moment there, Johnny.
Yep, Saito. This is the race where he joined Radicals last year, and now I think he's out of the event too. So Saito, not a good start for him. The anniversary of when he joined Radicals, who's a team who have to climb their way back up the order as well. They're a team that's been struggling this past year in the McLaren. You spoke about fuel usage before. Not much of an issue in the McLaren. The only time fuel usage is an issue is obviously if a driver takes lower than the 100 kilograms they're allowed to start the race with. So generally fuel usage never an issue in the McLaren. And you also see come halfway through the race when they make a pit stop, a full tank compared to a half tank is basically about 0.8 to a second as well. And depending on the track temperature here, because it's so hot out there, we could see drivers on a two-stop strategy, as we mentioned, and that could mean faster lap times come the third stint.
Apex Racing Academy versus the Orion Race Team P13 going on for you right now. It is Alex Bergeron and Yao Vaz. Vaz is close behind Bergeron but cannot find a way past. You see there the ERS harvesting for the Apex Racing Academy car. Vaz moves himself to the outside in towards 14. Cannot find a way down into that sweeping S. Now they exit Le Mans corner towards Sunset Bend. And while Vaz looks as though he's in hurry-up mode at the start of this one, but cannot find a way past Alex Bergeron just yet, the DRS will be open for him now, and he does indeed move himself down to the inside in towards Sunset Bend, and he will get himself past on the exit of the corner. Move now, Yavaz up into P13 on the racetrack, but out front, Martin Kroenke, get this, Johnny, already has 1.9 seconds over Joni Tomala, and we know Tomala is faster. He's not holding up the field by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, he's 0.3 slower than Kroenke, but the rest of the pack there, all within a second of each other. And this is where we see those DRS and ERS trains both at the same time come to fruition. Everybody deploys most of their ERS at the same time, at the same corners to defend on the straights. Everybody has DRS at the same time, and it's basically a domino effect of nobody being able to make a move. So you said, Will, strategy important, and that's where some of these guys may want to pit early. It's a huge risk to take. But for Hutu, this race is slipping away lap after lap. And, well, here we go, lap 4 already. And he's 3.1 seconds behind Martin. That's a huge gap in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series.
We have, though, got to consider the fact that Martin Kroenke did mess up his second qualifying lap. So he may well have ended up on pole position. We talk about cracking under pressure, you know. That is one thing that Martin Kroenke did. But he recovered through it in the event. DRS open then on Holtman because Joni Tomala is within a second. Gregor Hutu has the DRS flap open as well into Sunset Bend Hutu does get a good run through Sunset Bend, actually a much better run than Holtzman out the final corner, and now the drag race in towards turn number 1 begins. We will talk quite heavily, ladies and gentlemen, about what happened a year ago at this event between Gregor Hutu and the driver in second place, Yoni Tamara. We'll talk about it because it was one of the wildest finishes we've had to a World Championship event. Arguably, Silverstone was better, but in terms of drama, in terms of drivers hitting each other and crashing out of the event, Sebring rules out.
Yeah, well, I mean, Silverstone, as you mentioned, was, oh my goodness, what a finish that was. But Sebring last year as well, dramatic crash at turn 1. Hopefully it won't happen this year. It's always good to see some clean racing going on. Drama is always interesting for the fans and the viewers, but at the same time, we want to see some classy racing going on. For Hutu now, a dilemma he faces is, let's say, for example, he's 4/10 faster than Holtzman in front, but he loses that 4/10 through this middle part of the lap because of the fact that through all the dirty air and he can't get past. Why not go 4/10 slower per lap, save the tires, and eventually after 10 laps you'll find yourself ease your way past Holtzman, and it may take you about 3 laps longer, but you may save those tires. And if that means going to a 1-stop and everybody else goes to a 2-stop, preferably, you never know right now, it could make a huge difference. So anyway, let's see what happens now as he's very close to Patrick on this Allman straight.
Just by the way, I thought I'd let you know that Alex Bergeron has fallen down into 16th place now in the event versus the driver of Kazuki Umeshima. Kronke does still lead the way. Tomato's second place, Holtzman third, Hutu fourth, Bono House rounding out your top 5. Graham Carroll is in 6th, Frank Shawhorse 7th, Lucas Scotch in 8th, Alexi Yusiako in 9th, and then Isaac Price rounds out your top 10. Paul Obring versus Stephen Michaels. This is a close battle going on right now for P18-19. Yes, it's down your field, but these early battles that go on in these events, Johnny, generally dictate where people end up later on.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to lose time. I mean, from lap 1 to lap 5, the time it spends people to form up, that's pretty much the most time in the race where you lose the most time in the race, excuse me. And as you see right now, when drivers are still stuck in traffic, Hutu's lost 3.7 seconds in 6 laps. I mean, you calculate that until lap 52, that's a blowout victory, basically, for Kronke at this rate. So they have to make sure they stay in touch with the German. Down the order, though, it's good to see Alex Bergeron. This is his first career race for the Canadian. He did try to qualify at Interlagos, didn't make the grid, so always nice to see these new names in the field.
And Hutu now close up behind the rear of Patrick Holtzman as they work themselves through the middle part of this race lap. This is lap number 6 of 52, so we are already past 10% distance out of the Mont corner. The thing that's helping Holtzman right now is he's still got the draft from Yoni Tamara, but Tamara already 3.3 seconds behind Martin Kronke. And the lap times last time by 136.3 for Martin Kronke. We've got Alexei Yusiakola and Lucas Gotch going side by side out of Sunset Bend, and Gotch is going to lose out on that one as Alexei Yusiakola moves himself up into P number 8. Let's go back. Last time by 136.4 this time by for Kronke, 136.7 for Yoni Tamara, 136.7 for Holtzman, the same for Hutu, the same for Bono House pretty much. So it's not that the middle part of the field are being held up here by Yoni Tamara, it's just that Martin Kronke is just that fast.
He is very fast. At the same time, Will, look at Holtzman up the inside, goes for it. And will he get the car stopped in time? He does through the exit. And that's brilliant on the traction too, so good stuff. Hutu has to pounce now though on this straight, and Tormala closes the door. It's so close between the two fins, and Tormala's going to sustain P3 there. Brilliant defending, but great move by Holtzman, and he pounced at his first opportunity.
Here is Patrick Holtzman and replay. DRS flap wide open for him. As actually it looks as though that Yoni was just trying to recover some errs there actually in towards the hairpin. So he did a little bit of lifting and coasting, and that's what cost him the position.
Yeah, good point. So there you go. And Tormala there at the worst time. I spoke about DRS and ERS trains. Generally, the drivers deploy most of their power on at the same part of the racetrack to defend, and maybe that caught Tormala unaware. Hutu, though, didn't make his way past, crucially, and that's big, because now Bono behind isn't close to Gregor, so Gregor's all on the attack right now, and that's his mentality in the early laps of the event.
You just see that red flashing light means that ERS, as we call it, is being harvested. And again, Yoni Tamada is harvesting it very early down the straightaway. It seems to me that he's braking. He is really lifting and coasting. So maybe that Inex Racing driver is trying to recover some fuel into the early stage of this event, because maybe you talk about under-fueling. It's a risk that these drivers can take, but it looks as though that Yoni Tamada is trying to go this race with a little bit less fuel than he would maybe have wanted to, and now he's got Hutu right behind him, and Hutu can't get past into the hairpin.
Yeah, possibly. Generally, drivers will obviously take the 100 kilograms, as we said, but depending if Tormula thought he'd be stuck in traffic, he might want to be a bit lighter and save the tires. Who knows? At the same time, what was so confusing when drivers switched to the McLaren, someone told me that, oh, right behind, look at that.
That is
Carroll straight through.
Yeah, Bonner House versus Graham Carroll. Graham Carroll's going to benefit from that one dramatically. So move now, Graham Carroll up one position. Let's get the replay of that one up for you. And again, it seems to be that Bonner House is harvesting his energy very early. Didn't get the traction out of the corner. That allowed Graham Carroll to move himself there right into the slipstream to the outside in towards Tower Corner. And a textbook pass there by Graham Carroll. That really shows the fact that he has no fear in this series.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant overtake around the outside. The track is still rubbered there as well. Bit of contact between the two, but it's all fair racing. Bono was just trying to straighten up the car. That's brilliant overtaking. That's what we want to see more of. No crashes, no incidents, just clean, good overtakes. The fact that Bono kept the car under control as well, it's so bumpy at turn 10, Cunningham Corner. I mean, unless you're in the car, that's the only way you can't really see it visually. It's seriously bumpy there, so brilliant car control from Mr. Bonnerhouse.
Yeah, Marty Piatella is having a battle as well with Jamie Fluke, by the way, in towards turn number 1. It looks as though that Jamie Fluke has been passed by the driver of Marty Piatella. So there we are, Jamie Fluke in P number 27. It's not often you see Marty Piatella in P number 26 in an event, but there he is right now in that number 96 machine. Not the best of days in the office for Kawana Simsports in that number 96 car. Piatella we generally expect to see up towards your top 10, if not in your top 5. But here is then your top 8 as it stands, and it's a very intriguing top 8 right now. It's Martin Conke, he leads by 4.6 seconds over Patrick Holtzman. Holtzman has pulled out a 7/10 of a second advantage over Yoni Tamada. Then in 4th place is Gregor Hutu. 5th is Graham Carroll. 6th is Bono House. Then Frank Shawhorst and Alexei Yusiakoda round out your top 8 right now. And Johnny, it's a thinking man's race. I'm going to call it now.
It is. It definitely is. But at the same time, obviously the faster driver is going to find their way up the order. Look at this battle, though. I'm getting distracted as well. It's in front of Piatella. That's Bullock Basti now around the outside. Is that a lap car? Is that a car in a battle there as well? Oh, no, it's Michael Dinkel. So there you go. In P30. And right now, these drivers are all in different positions. Incident as well. Radical's car off. Dinkel spun off as well. That's at Tower, turn 13. I was about to say, these drivers are in a mad scramble for position.
Yeah, let's get ourselves a replay of that one as we can for you. Here we are then. Here's a look. Well, there's the back end of the incident. Let's rewind it a little bit and show you what actually happened. As you can see, Kemble Bassi involved in that one. Michael Dinkel involved in it as well. We'll go on board very quickly then with the driver of Michael Dinkel in the number 28 Apex Racing UK car. And you'll just see here in towards Tower Corner, spun around is Michael Dinkel, as it's Ken Bullet Bassi involved in that one as well. Saw Bullet Bassi, of course, earlier on today, but I look then from our aerial coverage, and well, 2 into 1 into that corner generally doesn't work, but actually it was Dinkel who tagged the Radical's car, so it was Dinkel really at fault there, just out-braking himself.
Yeah, I got really confused. I thought Dinkel was a car making its, or lapping the back end of the order. The timing screen was all over the place, but now it's fixed, so definitely that was a battle for position between himself and a couple
as well,
Radicals.
not Bullet Bassi as I first thought.
Yeah, so Wensing involved too, so oh my goodness, Wensing out of the event, and that's not good for a man who qualified in the top 10. Obviously pit lane start for him too, and it goes to show, like, I was thinking come the end of the race this is going to get interesting with the guys who started in the pits, but they seem to have already caught that mid-pack here, and we haven't even made our first pit stop yet.
For me though, it also says if you are a general mid-pack driver, what is the point in you even qualifying for this event, really, Johnny? Because you're going to be towards the rear of the field anyway. Actually, what you want to do is have everyone else be the hot knife through butter, and you spend the rest of your day kind of like allowing people to not make the incidents, but to do the hard work for you so that you're better off at the end, as we just see there. Manis Korak, who's himself past Kevin Ellis Jr. for P number 28.
Yeah. Well, just remember, they do have to make the grid, so obviously they were forced to qualify up there, which is hard. It's hard to sort of say, hey, I'm going to qualify P35 and tank.
2 seconds separated your field.
Yeah, exactly. You may accidentally qualify like P37 and realize, oops, I tanked too much. So you just want to qualify as high as you can. Generally, anyway, these guys are just going to have to get the job done. Playing it safe is always the best way to go. Taking risks, generally, I noticed in my experience anyway, backfire on you. I was going to mention before, these lights flickering when the drivers are harvesting energy. Some drivers came up to me and they weren't used to the McLaren yet last year, and they thought drivers were accidentally switching on the pit limiter on the straight. And that's pretty scary if there's a car right in front of you going 300 and you think the pit limiter's on, because I'd be swerving out of the way. So that was something drivers had to get used to during testing. But they're all used to it now, especially through round 2 and a season through it all.
Yeah, and Gregor Hootsley, he's not really making any inroads into Yoni Tamada right now. The gap is 5/10 per second. It's been static like that the last couple of laps. And I do want to get a look on board of Graham Carroll to see whether Hutu's in the same level of harvesting as Yoni Tamada is in front of him. Because I have got that feeling, as Yav Vaz, by the way, versus Kazuki Umeshima, they just switched positions in towards that first corner. But the important thing is, let's go on board then for a brief moment with Graham Carroll. You couldn't really see it from that angle, but Hutu was harvesting at about the 300-meter line there. I am sure that Yoni Tamada is harvesting just about 100 meters before that. It might not seem like much, but in the position that he is, actually, I think Yoni Tamada might have Power Rangers mode a little bit later on.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, good analogy there. I like that. And depending on, for those you tech-savvy experts here, the MGU-K basically harvests energy from braking and it stores it into the battery. So you're limited to 2 megajoules per lap, obviously. You're not going to allow unlimited energy to get into the McLaren. But the MGU-H harvests heat energy from the exhaust, and it deploys while you're off throttle. So that's what spins the turbo when you're off throttle too. So 2 different sort of regen modes. To some people that's gibberish. To me, it took me about 7,000 times to read that through to finally understand it. This car's complicated. You got to be really, really smart to understand it.
We just saw a fantastic example, actually, as we were on board with the driver of Yao Vaz. Kazuki Omishima lifted off and coasted through turn number 14-15 into that chicane. So rather than actually getting onto the brakes earlier, it was better for him to lift off, coast, and harvest that energy. And it's that sort of race, you know. It's not like the Porsches we saw earlier. It's not like the Formula Renaults we saw earlier. This really is, in 2017, a thinking man sport. And just being fast is no longer good enough, as we see Ilka Happala versus Antoine Hegelin versus Isaac Price battle for P number 10, 11, and 12.
Yep, here we go. And Pakala, who started this race all the way down in 26th, and he's a driver we always say should be competing for race wins, so a dismal qualifying performance, but he has the pace right now. It looks like he's going to end up in the top 10 bar any incidents. I think that should be the case for Ollie. He's going to get past his Finn compatriot there of Happala. Good to see Anton Hegelin up here as well. I think he's improved based on his previous seasons. Very underrated so far in 2017. I mean, Hegelin's last round anyway did very well. Unfortunately, obviously started 9th, ended up not finishing the event after an incident, only a few laps into it. But he was certainly looking forward to a top 10, top 15 finish like he is now.
Yeah, and Isaac Price as well, P number 10 in that core sim racing car. We talked about the fact there are now 2 core cars in this field, because you've got yourself the number 41 machine of Pasha's Gurgis in the second one. Well, that's actually going to help that team dynamic a little bit. Yes, they are separated by 15 positions, but it gives Isaac Price someone to kind of work with, bounce ideas off. And Isaac Price, we know, is a capable engineer, and actually having someone to work with will help him. And I do think that he will be the linchpin in that core sim racing car to really help that team develop over the course of the 2017 and 18 season.
Yeah, and what a turnaround for Isaac. I mean, he was about to not race at all. He was about to retire basically from the World Championship. Joined Core, realized that everything went well after leaving Inex. Now he's got Jurgis on his team. They got Sebastian Job behind the scenes, who I think taking a year off from the World Championship could be such a good benefit for him in terms of just learning, having a break, and just, I mean, I've done that before, and I remember taking a year off. It was some of the best times of my life too. And then you get back into it in 2018, it makes such a huge difference. So that team looking like they're building a good foundation for them. Jurgis is quicker than this too, don't forget. He had to start from the pits.
Yes. As Frank Shawhorse versus Alexei Yusiakola, we've got ourselves two Redline drivers, P7 and P8. They're not as dominant as what we saw a couple of weeks ago at Interlagos, but they are still strong right now, as we've got two of their drivers inside the top 10. Shawhorse is in the yellow livery, and it's more of the kind of dark blue there for Alexei Yusiakola. Bonner House is ahead of them on track, but is 1.5 seconds ahead, and Graham Carroll is currently 7 tenths of a second ahead of Bonner House. But let's turn our attention back to Gregor Hutu. We go on board of him out the final corner, Sunset Bend, the line of the 1,000 corners, and in towards turn number. Yoni Tamara there was harvesting about 50 meters past the start-finish line there, Johnny.
He was, but at the same time, Hutu should have made a pass there. He had a half little moment coming out of Sunset Bend, and he's lost about 4 tenths from that. So that's why we switched to this fight, because we saw it in our timing screens, Will. I was getting so excited, I jumped off my seat. Hutu was about to probably make a move for P3, and he had a half little moment there. So he got so close, dirty air comes into play, the front end grip is just horrific in the McLaren when you get close to a car behind, and you can see why now as they're struggling to overtake. Frank Schotthorst though behind his teammate. Really excited for this. He's not the most robust sort of driver in terms of when he gets into a fight, but he's not afraid to get into battles. Do you get what I mean there? Like he makes a lot of mistakes under pressure, but at the same time he doesn't shy away from the pressure. So it's something where he's got that irrational confidence in a way. The good thing is, though, he has the pace, and he's up in the top 8.
And the official word from Dom Duhan, who is the team principal for Team Redline, is there's no team orders. So we may end up seeing, we did see actually at Interlagos, two of the Team Redline drivers going at it. That was actually Frake with Ollie Pakula last time by, but it almost ended in tears, but it didn't. Thankfully, both drivers were able to survive the center rest that time by. Behind, Lucas Gott versus the driver of Isaac Price. Just 3 tenths of a second separating them. We go on board then with Lucas Gotch and the MSP driver's home car. And nothing. It does seem to be actually a lot of these drivers are harvesting early there. But also I'm thinking about Yoni Tamala briefly, and we do know for a fact that the NX cars generally have more of a straight line speed than the Fnatic Team Redline cars. So for the driver Yoni Tamala, having Holtzman in second place allows him to use the draft, use the DRS, but actually he's been more efficient with his car, knowing the fact that the Redline car cannot always just breeze past him.
Yeah, that certainly can be the case. Who knows? We'll wait and find out anyway.
Yeah.
It's good to see. It's good also to see Graham Carroll up there in the top 5, because he's dropped Bono Haas like right behind him, 2.1 seconds between the two. And I was wondering why at the start of the event Bono just couldn't keep up with Gregor, and I thought maybe he was just not relaxing in a way, but you're never relaxed in the cockpit, trust me, but just sort of being calm in a way and saving the tires. But I think he's just lacking the pace right now.
Well, you know what I remember said on the podcast? 3 rounds. Yes. He's getting close to halfway through that. And for Bono House, I'm going to be honest, yes, he's had a good start to the season, but it's not the Bono House who some drivers and fans would have expected to have had in this season.
No, definitely not. But remember, we're only 2 races through. Montreal's a different beast anyway, the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. This track's all about bumps and precision and not making too many mistakes in terms of clipping those high curbs. You have to really take wide lines, jink left and right. It's all over the place, whereas Montreal's more about setting up the roll bar. That's so important because you've got so many medium speed corners. High speed corners, generally aeros a big difference, and you've got these fast sweeping corners like Urn 1 and Sunset Bend. Aero is so important, but then when you go to Montreal, you haven't got any fast sweeping corners at all. So it's all about your roll bar and a mechanical grip. The rear end, in terms of coming out of corners, there's so many stop-start corners there. You could see drivers such as Lucas Gotch here in P10, who's having a terrific race. He's doing so well here. Who knows where he'll be at Montreal?
And that's the thing. Of all of the races this season, we will expect maybe Montreal to be that kind of crazy race where anyone can win. Although talking about today, Martin Kroenke already 6.3 seconds ahead of the field, and we're not even at the first pit stop of the day. We are about 8 laps away from a one-stopper. 2 stoppers we would expect them to see on pit road in maybe about 2-3 laps time, but really Martin Kroenke has just had a fantastic race here in the second round of the championship so far. He didn't start on pole position, but he definitely has worked himself through that, well, abysmal start. I mean, we've got to talk about that start in more detail. The abysmal start by Gregor Houtu led to Martin Kroenke taking the advantage. I mean, we could have easily been talking about Holtzman, Tamala being at the front of the field. We could easily be talking about a 10-car pileup. That's how slow Gregor Houtu's start was.
Yeah, it was very slow, but the good thing is at Sebring, it's so wide in those first few corners that you can pick it up as you go into turn 2, and that's what all the drivers did, which is great to see. You know, a couple of tags here and there, but it's all good. I'd like to see Olli Pakala now, who's right behind Ilkka Haapala into turn 1. Was thinking of it there, Will, but he thought better of it, so good stuff there from Ollie, rational thinker, but he's got to make that move soon enough because he is losing a lot of time here in P13.
Yeah, we also saw Stephen Michaels there in the Vortex Sim Racing car move himself up into the top 15. Yeah, Vaz down into 16th position. But you talk about the likes of Olli Pakala, for example. He is out of place in that 13th position. Wondering maybe if he's trying to play the long game here, save some tyres. But it doesn't seem to be that is entirely the case. It does seem to be, you just saw the wheel input there actually out of the hairpin. He is pushing it right now. He's got Ilkka Haapala, Antoine Hegelen, Lucas Gott, Isaac Price to get by in this train, and it does seem to be struggling from the dirty air right now.
Yep, and that can really have an effect on tyre wear too. Generally now, I mean, we're on the brink of one-stop territory, so nobody's gone for a two-stop, or maybe the tyres are just hanging in there really well, so you don't know. As we said, lap times now 36.7. You know, not the strongest lap times in the world, but they're still up there as well. I'd love to see, nobody's like what you like to see, and you see this in Formula 1 too, Will, when it's wet and a driver goes in and puts on a set of dry tyres for the first time. You get those sector times and how fast they are. And if, for example, someone like Kroenke, and I was about to say Holtzman, but he's got no more team anymore, he's a privateer, so he can't do it. But your engineers in the background will tell you, look, this guy's faster on these fresh tyres, he's 1.5 seconds faster. No reference for him. But anyway, here's Pakala up the inside, trying to make some entertainment.
As they go side by side through turn number 1, and Pakala then, will he get the move done in towards turn number 2? The answer is they stay side by side for the moment. Ilkka Haapala versus Olli Pakala, and it is going to be Ilkka Haapala who just is able to keep it ahead there. But the issue is, they lost 1.5 seconds actually to the guys around them, as now Ollie's going to go around the outside. We're going to try to, at the very least, there through the hairpin. Not able to do anything there. Another 2 tenths of a second loss. So this is more time that both of these drivers are losing. And this is P number 12 in the event right now, as Olli Pakala is having to stay in line for the time being. Replay of what you just saw on board with the driver of Olli Pakala as well. He had a lunge in towards turn number 1, but the issue is, they lost a second fighting that one out.
And what you'll see at the exit of the hairpin, so turn 7, Pakala lost traction a little bit. He had a small twitch, and that caused him to lose probably another tenth coming out of the exit of the corner. If you'll see the dark part of the racetrack, that's where all the rubber's planted. So Pakala, when he applied the throttle, was on the lighter part of the racetrack, no grip there, and that small split second of applying the throttle on that part of the racetrack cost him. Here's a move though into Sunset Bend at the end of the lap, and he goes straight up the inside. Yeah, indeed, he does move himself past. I'm going to show that one to you in just 1 second. This is what Johnny was talking about a moment ago there, just going past in towards Sunset Bend, into the hairpin, but now here's the move down into Sunset Bend. Let's go on board of him then from the exit of Le Mans corner. You can see actually he was a good 4 car lengths back on the exit of Le Mans corner, but that DRS 1-on-1 is able to help him. We've seen Olli Pakala do this before.
he is a much better driver in terms of passing when he's able to take drivers off one at a time. And the driver of Ilkka Happala does push a little bit wide there in that Orion race team car, but Olli Päkkilä now up into P number 12 in this event, and Happala down into 13th place. But still, Holtzman in second, Tomato in third, Hutu in fourth, Graham Cowell in fifth. Your second through fourth place, anything can really happen in pit stops, but Hutu is boxed in a bit like a sharp object right now. He has nowhere really to go.
Yeah. So, well, he's in trouble. I'd say the one-stop window would open around lap 21. Really, lap 21 is a realistic point. You do a 31-lap stint to end the event, and obviously lighter fuel means you're going to be easier on the tires. We were watching Päkkilä before, and he understeered into a couple corners, was struggling. He's generally one of the best drivers on this grid in terms of managing tires. And look at the lap times right now. They're in the 36s, 37s. I'm not sure how slow that is, depending on the weather and the temperature, but we'll only find out, as I said, as soon as somebody decides to come into the pits. Goodness me, somebody come into the pits. I'm watching Cem Bassi, who's, I think, exited the pits right now. Let's have a look at his lap times. I have no idea because he just came out this lap. So good to see, finally, Cem has decided to come out of the pits.
We also just had a pass between Antoine Hegelen and Lucas Gotch into Sunset Bend. Lucas Gotch then in the Apex Racing UK machine. Big lunge down into Sunset Bend as Lucas Gotch just pushes a little bit wide, and Antoine Hegelen able to hold the corner well as Gotch holds the outside line. They stay side by side and towards turn number one, but this is what we talked about before. Sometimes the outside line can work better in towards turn number one, and that is exactly what happened there for the driver of Antoine Hegelen as he now is up into that 10th position. But let's not forget, P3 and P4, Johnny, is what we had last year for about 7 seconds before calamity happened. And that might be in the back of Gregor Hutu's mind. With a 12-race season, he cannot afford to have another moment like turn one last year.
No, we can't. We spoke about this well on the review podcast we did, was shorter season means less chance for errors, obviously. I mean, that's for any objective thinker.
Holtzman's down to P3.
Oh, look at Holtzman. There we go. Oh, very, very close. So that was
no, that was a mistake, actually. It must have been a mistake down at Le Mans corner for the driver Patrick Holtzman, because he was very slow through Le Mans corner by the looks of it, because Yoni Tamala just big mistake there, catching the inside curve for Patrick Holtzman.
Yeah, so there you go, and then across the straight sitting duck, he just moved past and let Tombola through, so he knew he was on the back foot. So this is the tyre wear coming into play. Bullock Bassi hasn't completed a full lap yet, so we'll wait and see what his lap times are compared to the end of his other stint. But certainly so. Piatello also makes his way past Dion Burgess for P20. These guys who started in the pits as well are still scrambling away. Lots of drivers scrambling into the pits. Fluke as well, another Orion car in front of him. That's Burgess. Marcus Jensen also into the pit lane. Another Apex car. Dinkel enters the pit box. Alex Bergeron too, so a mad pit party here.
Yep, Jamie Fluke, Michael Dinkel, Dion Burgess, Marcus Jensen, Alex Bergeron all on the lane right now. So we expect to see other drivers in within the next 2 to 3 laps. And the reason why we say that one, Johnny, is because of the fact that, of course, as the fuel goes down, you're going to be easier on your tyres. No refueling in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. As Fluke loses out more than anyone else, Dion Burgess upper position passes Marcus Jensen.
And Bullock Bassi is 2 seconds faster than he was at the end of his first stint. So that goes to show that if you're going to lose about just over 20 seconds going through the pit lane and making a pit stop too, I think it's worth going for a 2-stop this race. If that's the case, surely 2-stop is the way to go, especially if you're stuck in traffic.
Oh, is that Hutu in? Hutu's in.
There you go. So smart move. Pit this early, get out of the traffic, go for the undercut, and this could put Gregor Hutu into P2. Such a frustrating first stint for the 5-time world champion.
I would expect to see Martin Kroenke coming towards pit road next time by just to counteract this one. But Gregor Hutu is on towards pit road right now. Expect the stop to be about 4 seconds. 3.7 out and away he comes then. Gregor Hutu back out on track. 21.1 seconds on the lane. 27.1 seconds for him as he circulates back onto the racetrack. But Gregor Hutu, we go on board with him now. So he's got traffic ahead of him. Yao Vaz, Steven Michaels, Kazuki Umeshima You know that whole McLaren kind of like cycle of knowing what everyone is on racetrack? He might just about get away with this one.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Was you said Kroenke coming in?
Hutu's coming in.
Oh man,
I would say Kroenke has to come in this time, but he's got to. I mean, yeah, he's 8 seconds ahead, but you don't want to lose any of that. I would expect him to come on towards pit road just to cover Hutu, because he's got a big enough lead. He doesn't have to take any risks.
Good point. Very good point. The other thing is, obviously, his engineers will be watching Hutu's lap times now. I don't think Tourmalet you really have to defend from, because you're obviously 8.6 seconds in front. Kroenke may as well... Yeah, Kroenke may as well one-stop this race. And maybe Hutu's on a one-stop too. It depends. It depends where the rest of this field go. The only reason, as I said, I wouldn't cover Hutu now is because Kroenke will feed into traffic. And that's the only difficult part is as a leader... you have to wait for the whole field to make their way into the pit lane, because you'll be stuck in the traffic too. As Graham Carroll and Patrick Holtzman, former teammates now after Holtzman left, both enter the pit lane.
Yep, so there we can see Holtzman in the old-style McLaren cars on towards pit road. We've got Tomo Meglic out of pit road. And actually, it looks as though it's going to be very close side by side, almost there, between Patrick Holtzman and Graham Carroll as they come out of pit road. But it does look as though that Holtzman will get out ahead. They are both behind Gregor Hutu, and actually separated by Yao Vaz on there. Is that Simon Cattell, who just went way off down at turn number 1 there, trying to avoid these two drivers. On board there, replay with Simon Cattell in towards the first corner. You see he sees one and goes, I don't know what I'm going to do right now. Goes off into the kitty litter.
Yeah, kids, switch off. Don't watch that. That was horrible. But Simon Cattell, we know he's done a lot more good. I think he just wanted to get straight out of the way, maybe, or maybe he just made a huge mistake, because that's very risky to split two drivers going for a top 5 finish right like that and go off into the gravel. But he's in P11. He's having a decent race, Simon Cattell, and a good name returning to the World Championship in 2017, and a driver that right now, Alexi Usiakala, who made a pit stop as well, could catch anytime soon.
Right. Hutu was able to breeze past Stephen Michaels and is already 1 second ahead of him. Stephen Michaels hasn't yet pitted in the Vortex Sim Racing car. 3 seconds ahead of Gregor Hutu is Kazuki Omishima. So the thing is that we're at that one-stop window anyway, Johnny. The reason why I say that is because your first stop, you are heavy on your tyres than you will be in the second run because of the fact that you've got less fuel on board. But it looks as though that Martin Kroenke is taking the risk here, as Yoni Tamada is now on pit road, Bonner House on pit road, as Yoni Tamada will come out in a total of 4 seconds there in the NX Racing machine. Let's see where he feeds in after just 1 lap difference. He's behind the driver of Gregor Hutu, so he's lost out.
Yeah, thinking about what I said before, I think one stop's probably the way to go now. So yeah, things have changed quickly in the past 5 laps. It looked like 2-stop was possible. There's a reason why I'm in the commentary booth, Will, and not racing out there with these guys today, because I've made horrible decisions like that in my racing career.
But my worry is, as it stands right now, let's have a look at the last time by for Martin Kroenke first of all. It was a 1:36.543 for him. There you can see it up on your screen. It is 4 tenths of a second slower than his fastest lap of the event. But Gregor Hutu last time by 1:35.771, his fastest lap of the motor race. That means last time by, Gregor Hutu, whilst passing your driver, was faster. Go on.
Carroll had a small tap from Vaz, excuse me there, sorry to interrupt, but Carroll trying to pass Yao Vaz, coming out of turn 10, that was, Cunningham corner, and that almost put Carroll into the wall. It could have ended his race as we approach halfway distance.
Yeah, as you'll see there, Graham Carroll, we're just riding that one on board with him. Well, actually, we're just looking at that one. We're going to ride that one on board with him very quickly now. As he comes into the corner there, you can see, we're on board with him now. Look on the right-hand side of, left-hand side even of your screen. There's your Ryan race team car. It was wheel-to-wheel contact, so they both got away with it really there. But Graham Carroll has made a pit stop as well, so he wouldn't even be able to get any damage done. Martin Kroenke has been on pit road. He's come off pit road as we talk about it. He does still have the lead by 8.8 seconds over Gregor Hutu. So he has pitted, and really, he's going to be like, yeah, okay, come on, guys, bring it on.
Yeah, good stuff. So Hutu, he's released. He's in P2. Tourmalet, Holtzman right behind P3 and 4. Great pit stop by Hutu and the red line team to come in early. So it's whether or not now Hutu can sustain the pace. Now, I don't think people understand the difference between pitting 2 laps earlier compared to someone who might have pitted 2 laps later than you with fresher rubber. Trust me, that extra maybe half a tenth every single lap for the rest of the event could make a huge difference. So right now for Gregor, he's on the back foot, but it's by how much? Because we know that he was held up by pace, so he could still break away from Tourmala and Holtzman.
Retirees out of this event, they are Yuta Saito, Riley Preston, and Daniel Wernting. We saw all of their incidents a little bit earlier on in this event. Jorge Montana is then heading himself out of pit road. Simon Cattell is the only driver not to have pitted in this event. As well, I would argue that our 1:39.0 his last time by, 2 seconds almost slower than his fastest lap of the event. Simon Cattell is running in very dangerous territory.
Yeah. Never want to be there. At the same time, like, dangerous territory for pretty much anyone in this field right now, because no one's, apart from the top, and maybe Kazuki and Mishima down there in P15, everyone's really in a big fight right now, and that's it's scary in a way, you know. You're looking forward, you're looking backwards, you don't know whether to attack or defend, and this is a great race so far. I love this. You know, we haven't had any silly incidents. These guys are top notch. I mean, there's a reason why the 50 best earn their license to race in this series, and obviously the best will get that $10,000 prize at the end of the season.
Simon Cattell's in. Pit limits is on. Away he goes. 4 seconds on the lane then for the NX Racing driver. No fuel, just tyres in these McLarens as he circulates back out onto the racetrack. That means now everyone except for Mogar Philo has pitted. Philo is, however, well down the field in 30th place right now, not having the best of days as he circulates now out of the final corner and onto lap number 28. But Mogar Philo really is struggling. The gap to the race leader, 1 minute and 5 seconds right now. Not the day that he would want on that Radicals Online machine. And they've changed the livery up a little bit as well. Away have gone the kind of whole different colours, and now it's just the wingtips that are a little bit different on those Radicals machines.
Yeah, well, you got something. One more. Like, I don't care about what the car looks like. I just want it to be fast. And right now, I think Radicals have struggled to figure that out in the McLaren. Who knows? So, I don't know what to say. Car looks good, though. I would give him that much. Yeah. I'm sad, though, because Filio's always been a strong qualifier in his career. We know we had he was in the front row last year, too, with Kazuki Mishima at Suzuka. But in terms of... was that his first career pole position? I think it was, too. So his only career pole position. So there you go. 35 years old.
In the World Championship Grand Prix Series. Of course, he did get someone in the Pro Series.
Yeah, obviously, that's the case. I think anyone can... I mean, we've seen Yao Vaz as well win a couple of races in the Pro Series. He's now in P16. Yeah. What people underestimate is the slowest drivers in this field. Generally, you put them in any amateur league that they learned to sim race in when they first grabbed the wheel and started sim racing, they will pretty much lap the field a couple of times too. That's how quick these drivers out in the field. And I'm not underestimating or over-exaggerating. Like, that is actually the case.
Red line 6, 7, 8 right now. Bonner House in the number 14 machine leads a red line train. Alexei Yusiakola in the 7th position. And then in P number 8 is Frank Schulhorst as we now pass halfway distance in the second round of the 2017 iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. There is a look on board then with Gregor Hutu. He has been able to pull out an advantage through the sequence of pit stops over Yoni Tamada. Tamada himself has been able to equal out a little bit of a gap over Patrick Holtzman, but it is still the driver of Martin Kroenke who leads. However, Johnny, the gap has come down from 8 seconds down to 7 in the last 2 laps.
That's interesting. And this is the first time we've seen full potential from 5-time world champion. He hugged the wall there at turn 1. Have you ever seen a guy push this hard at Sebring? Like, that was obviously misses the 8.
You know how Have You Ever is a copywritten phrase of Wolverhampton, right?
Oh my god. Isn't race car too? Everybody's saying that these days.
Yeah. But it's worth noting that last time by, actually, Kroenke was a tenth of a second faster than Hutu, but we'll look forward from these cold ping-pong battles that we often see. Red line on one corner, Kawanda on the other. If this was a boxing match, it would make a great 12-round battle.
It would. Definitely would. And none of them would be knocked out because these guys are so consistent. You know what I've noticed recently in the world of sim racing? 10 years ago when people sim raced, everybody would go to practice and go hot lap, and they'd think like, hey, look, I've done 1 week of hot lapping and this is how fast I can be, and then they'd crash out all the time. Whereas now sim racing's evolved into a sort of who's the most consistent driver out there. You know, Kroenke, Hutu, two of the most consistent ever seen in history, obviously win so many races as a result. And it's like what you see, for example, in basketball, with how so many three-point shots are being taken these days. Sim racing evolves the same way. It's evolved from just hot lapping and who's quicker in qualifying to now nobody really cares about qualifying. Some of my teammates used to practice qualifying on the day of the race, and that's it. And then we go to the race, and that's all you prepare for.
You talk about the consistency, though. Let's not forget, Martin Kroenke has won a number of 24-hour events on the iRacing service, including the first ever 24-hour event on iRacing. That was brought to you by RaceSpot TV, the first official 24-hour event. And these were not events when Commander won by pure luck. They won by being ultra consistent. And Martin Kroenke has really taken over that de facto team leadership. And we talk about this one quite a lot here, Johnny, that Martin Kroenke is the de facto leader of that team because he is so calm, so collected, and so consistent.
Yeah. Basically, though, if I was running a team, I don't really want any de facto leader. I just want the drivers to lead themselves and run things themselves. Okay. I don't want to allocate a team captain, but that's my style, though.
He's de facto team leader because of the fact that he has all the other drivers' respect in that team. Not because he's got himself a nice little silver badge saying, hello, I'm Martin Kroenke, I'm the commander team leader, because of the fact he has respect of the other drivers on that team.
Yeah, he does. And he works with them so well. I mean, Mac told me how as soon as he joined the team, he'd been learning a lot from him and other guys in the team, Jorn Jens, and other guys in terms of from the endurance side too. That's Mac Backham I'm talking about, by the way. Who's also part of the Coanda's team right now. Don't forget Marty Piatella, who may not always be the quickest out there, but I think is a very good figure and should run for Finnish president one day in the future, possibly. Marty Piatella.
Marty Piatella is one of those drivers, actually, who isn't always at the top of the field, but you always see him putting 100% effort in. And no matter where he finishes, he knows that he's driven his heart out to get there. Olli Pakala talked from one Finn to another in P number 11 after pit stops versus Isaac Price. Gap between those two drivers is about 5/10 of a second. All this fuel saving we saw earlier on seems to have dissipated a little bit. Isaac Price in the core sim racing car, number 99 machine, half a second ahead of the driver of Antoine Hegelin. Sorry, behind Antoine Hegelin. Olli Pakala is right behind him right now. Lucas Scotch, 2.7 seconds behind this battle. We've got ourselves 20 laps to go almost here in the second round of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. We will step aside for one quick moment, and we will be back with more after these messages.
The NASCAR Beginner Series, powered by iRacing, is the premier NASCAR eSport series featuring the cars and tracks from the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series. The 2016 campaign saw a return to the top of the mountain by Ray Alfalla as a three-time NASCAR World Champion. The march to that championship was not easy, though, despite the fact that Ray Alfalla took home the most points in series history. It just also happened to be the tightest championship fight we had ever seen. These guys are set for the 2017 campaign, and as it has been for the 7 years prior, it is no longer going to be a straight shot to the championship. We are going to see the biggest change in this championship picture in series history, as for the first time ever, there will be a chase for the championship. We're going to go into the Homestead Miami Speedway at the end of the season with the 4 best oval sim racing drivers in the world absolutely tied in the championship. You just got to beat the other 3 guys out and you will become an official NASCAR champion. You're going to get yourself a NASCAR championship ring and, of course, $10,000. These are the iRacing eSport World Championships, the pinnacle of sim racing competition. You can catch it all season long, live coverage at iRacing.com/live.
Been riding on board then of RaceSpot TV side by side. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, here now, also live on RaceSpot TV, it's the first round of the 2017 VLN Endurance Series. Catch it on RaceSpot TV and on iRacing Live, and if you missed the first part, don't forget you can catch up on demand. It's Super Saturday here on RaceSpot TV, and well, even though it may be March Madness in America, Johnny, we've had ourselves a pretty calm race here today. Juan Akonke leads by 7.5 seconds over Gregor Hutu.
He is, and he's really earned it as well. That start was ace. That was brilliant. One of the best starts we've seen in the World Championship. It was aided by the fact that Hutu and Holtzman on the front row were very slow off the line, and that allowed Tormala as well into the second position. It's all but scrambled now through the pit stop phase, and Kroenke leads by 7.7 seconds ahead of his championship rival, basically. Probably going to be his championship rival for most of the season. That's Gregor. 35.7 for Gregor last lap, 35.6 for Martin. 1/10 slower. It looks slim pickings right now for Hutu about catching Martin. I'm very disappointed. Not disappointed, sorry. I'm very, not sad, but also I wish Alexei Siakala was up there fighting for the win, because he had an impressive performance at Interlagos. And I'm never going to lose faith in that guy, because I still think one day he's going to figure things out, and he could be world champion.
Yeah, but let's not forget that the reason why we are in this situation is because of what we saw at the start of this motor race. And hopefully we can go back and show it to you. Doesn't look like we can, and unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we've literally just lost everything here. So bear with us for one moment. We'll be back with more in just a sec. There we are. I do apologise. We were going to try and show you the start of this motor race. We haven't been able to provide it to you, unfortunately. But Johnny, that's the thing. The start of this motor race, Hutu had such a poor start off the line. This could have been a very different race had Hutu had the ability to control this race from the front.
Yeah, look at the time he's lost. So now the gap's 8.1 seconds. He lost half a second that lap. So I don't know if he was getting past some traffic or not. But regardless, that's the time he pretty much lost in the first stint. So he would have been right on par with Martin. So, oh, wow. Well, these are the races that come to haunt you come the end of the season. And here's Martin on the run to 2 wins in a row to begin the season too. I don't know what to say. Hutu shouldn't panic. I think he did all the right things today. It's like, can I bring up an analogy? It's like Lewis Hamilton's poor starts in the 2016 season in Formula 1. It's not necessarily that Lewis Hamilton was slow. It's just the fact that he couldn't get off the line, and that's what caused his bad race. So no panic for Hutu. He's pretty quick at Sebring.
Yes, indeed. As we've got ourselves a battle going on P9, 10 and 11 right now. Antoine Hegelin in the 9th place. Isaac Price in 10th, and Ollie Pakula in the 11th position right now. And we know that Pakula is trying to get themselves past both of these drivers. But Isaac Price inside the top 10. If you're talking about what he wants to do in his career at course sim racing, he's showing himself the fact he doesn't need NX Racing to be fast. And actually, Isaac Price did a fantastic job, really, of bringing the course sim racing brand to the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series.
Yeah, he's great. Isaac, great figure in the sim racing world, and well respected too. So right now behind Anton Hegelin, he's got a bit of a dilemma to face, because Anton, as I mentioned, is trying to go for that most improved driver award this season, and he's doing well of it in the first couple of rounds. Look at him sliding through the final corner there. Hegelin on the throttle as well. 4-wheel drift. Here they come on the main straight. Price will be too far behind to have a look, but that was brilliant racing from these three, and I'm looking forward to this fight getting more intense.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing that we want to pay attention to here in the second part of this event. Yal Vaz, by the way, versus Stephen Michaels as well. Michaels, of course, back into the series after a bit of a break, as Yal Vaz runs himself outside the top 15 right now in the Orion race team car. Last time by, Vaz was faster than Stephen Michaels. The gap between the two of them is about half a second right now as they scrap it out for P number 15. Retirees, for those of you just joining us, 3 of them so far. Daniel Wansing, Riley Preston, Yuta Saito. 90% of the drivers are still on the racetrack. That is fantastic attrition that we want to see. However, what we're going to do then is we're going to turn you towards the front of your field. We're not going to pay attention to Martin Kroenke. He's leading this race by a long amount right now. What we want to show you is the battle that's going on between Patrick Holtzman, Graham Carroll, and Bono House. We're going to ride ourselves a lap on board with the driver of Graham Carroll. And at the start of the season at Autosports International, he said he is here to win. P5s aren't good enough, but he is currently in P5 right now. Let's ride on board of him as RaceSpot TV brings you fan immersion. John, we've had a spinner. Isaac Price there. We're talking so highly about him. He just had an incident. Talk us through it.
Yep, spin there. I think that was through turn 15. So just before Le Mans turned 16. And he just went... I mean, I've spoken about this before. It's a nice term I like to use. Missing the apex to the inside of a corner. So he's turned in too early. And he's clipped the curb. And he's only lost a couple of positions anyway. But that could be very vital positions. You know how hard it's going to be for this guy to make it past Higelin and Pakala?
Yeah, and of course that pushes him outside of the top 10 right now. He's down into 11th, so Pakala now up into your top 10. Antoine Higelin into the 9th position. It's been a calm race in terms of overtaking. We've got Karen Carroll still versus Patrick Holtzman. Holtzman was running as high as P number 2 earlier on. Even if he does get passed by the driver of Graham Carroll, I have to say that this is the Patrick Holtzman we saw as a privateer last year, Johnny, who was getting himself close to podium finishes. And, you know, we talk about the fact that we just had ourselves the hockey trade deadline. We've got ourselves right now the NFL trade window open. The NBA trade deadline just passed. This is probably one of the biggest free agents in the history of the World Championship Grand Prix Series right now.
But what I don't understand is, after one race with your team, well, technically one race in 2017, he did join the team midway through last year as a privateer, he's left. And what I think is, if Apex worked out well with all those 8 drivers, the only way it would work is if all 8 drivers would say, look, I'm not bigger than the team, let's just make this work. Let's all try to get along. If things don't go the way I want them to work, so what? You know, let's try and learn from each other. You know, things aren't always going to be perfect. And now that Holtzman's gone to another team, and he's been with 3 teams now in the past 3 years, I'd say, or 4 years. No, 4 teams in 3 years. I got that wrong. Who wants to take the risk of picking him up? And he's a very quick driver. He's very talented, but it's just whether or not he gives up the mentality of trying to be the number 1. I think he should just race out there. Forget about the fact of trying to be a number 1 driver. Just go out there, learn from everyone, get along, and and just get over yourself in a way, in a nice way. You know, when you get over yourself, there's less pressure on you too.
And at this point, we are speculating. Is this him falling out of Apex? Apex falling out with him? We don't know. However, we do know the battle between himself and Graham Carroll is going to be a big one for Pride right now. Graham Carroll has got some front wing damage to that number 33 machine, while the house has fallen back for the time being. So it is now a two-man battle between Graham Carroll and Patrick Holtzman. And you know what? Graham Carroll does this weird thing. He shifts down very early into Sunset Bend, Johnny, and just rides what is going to be, I think, 6th gear for a good 2 seconds before he enters Sunset Bend.
Yeah. And that corner as well, Sunset Bend, we've seen... The difficult thing with the corner is, like, midway through, there's just so many bumps, and now the rubber's starting to kick in. So your line, if you've been offline for most of the event, you're going to see drivers go side by side with there and still have the grip. So it's going to work out better towards the end of the event. If you run too wide, obviously the marble's going to come into play. Anyway, here's Carroll though, very, very close behind. Remember, Holtzman stuck it up the inside here early on in the event, so I was looking forward to Carroll doing the same, but he thought better of it.
Yeah, there's a look there at the driver of Graham Carroll in P number 5. Did very well in Vegas, doing very well here today in the World Championship Grand Prix Series. His teammate Antoine Hegelin is still behind Ollie Pakala. In fact, Pakala has been able to move himself now up into 9th place away from our TV screens there, Johnny. So Pakala is now in the 9th position, however 7 seconds behind his own teammate, Freak Shawhorst.
He's looking very quick though, and I think he could catch Shawhorst come the end of the event. So we've got 7 seconds to make up, and how many laps remaining? 13. So basically you're looking at just over half a second a lap he needs to maintain. And right now he is about half a second a lap quicker than Shawhorst. So it could go down to the final lap. And let's see. Let's see how this plays out now for Ollie.
Looks as though Graham Carroll is having his speed just did advantage a little bit by the fact that he has got some front wing damage out of Sunset Bend in towards turn number 1. And Alexa all of a sudden decides that she wants to get involved in the party as well. Thanks, Alexa. But Carroll runs himself in P number 5. Holtzman in P number 4. Holtzman cannot run turn number 1 very well. That is what's costing him right now.
It really depletes your tyres as well, so he's got to figure that out soon enough. Now here's a good look here. There's the DRS marker there. So Carroll has DRS on Patrick. And is he going to get close enough? Top speed right now for Carroll on this straight, 310 kilometers an hour. Not good enough, though, to get past the privateer car of Patrick Holtzman.
Nope, so that battle will continue for the moment. We'll bring you any updates that happen to that one. However, a little bit further ahead, we have got ourselves there, just running behind the trees. There we are. It's Martin Kroenke, now over 10 seconds ahead of the driver of Gregor Hutu, as they work themselves into 14, 15, into 16 again. Martin Kroenke has a little bit of traffic ahead of them. And of course, those who are just joining us for their first time in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, blue flag rules are in operation here, as you'd expect to see them in Formula 1. So normally, in iRacing events, the rule is very simple. It's the responsibility of the passing driver to find a safe and clean way past. However, in the World Championship Grand Prix Series, the rules are different. The driver who is going to be put a lap down has to make reasonable efforts to allow the faster driver to go past, and that is the driver of Mo Garfilo right now in the Radicals on line machine. He's almost going to be put a lap down. We'll go on board with him for the moment. And for Mo Garfilo, running P number 29, that Radicals on line machine, just going to allow Martin Kroenke to go past like that. There we are. And that's a shame, really, for the driver of Mo Garfilo, because we can harp this point quite a bit, but Radicals really have taken a step back this season.
And it's more than they did last year too. I don't know, I talk about it all the time, I'm sick of it. Let's just hope they figure it out. I don't know. Umashiba's in 14th, that's good enough.
Yeah.
That's better than what they were previously. Wensing, very quick too. Bullock Bassi. They qualified in the top 10, don't forget. So obviously we know Radical is always quick in qualifying. Tyre wear or ERS issues, one of the two could be coming into play, which is the reason for their lack of pace. But now these guys who started in the pits are sort of ending up where they should. Still good to see Lucas Scott, who we have to give a shout out to. P12, great race for him in his second ever career iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series event.
Yeah, and of course he's in the MSP driver's home car. It's pretty much a single car entry in terms of this field. Of course, you do see him quite a lot in endurance events here on RaceSpot TV and on iRacing Live. We've got a 24-hour broadcast coming up your way in a week's time in the Neo Endurance Series, of course. But let's go on board then with Graham Carroll for the first sector of this lap here. Talk us through it, Johnny, because dirty air is the big thing right now for Graham Carroll, especially with that damaged front wing.
Yeah, and through turn 1, it's so difficult. You're trying to follow the car, but there's no real marker there as well. You just have to hug the inside of the corner on the throttle now, on towards turn 2, and find the brake marker again. Don't touch these high curbs because they're really going to unsettle the car. You see how close Carroll gets there too. Flicks on DRS because he's within the 1 second range of Patrick Holtzman. And then now you're going to straight line this braking zone. No trail braking into turn 7. You just want to straighten the car up for the traction zone. Stay on the black rubber because that's where all the grip's going to be. Now they head towards turn number 10, Cunningham. He's very close, Will, but as I said, I think at this point anyway, we pointed this off air earlier, was that I think Holtzman's actually quicker in a straight line than Carroll when he has DRS open. So that's huge trouble for Graham Carroll.
And also another driver looking to move themselves forward is Isaac Price, who of course lost himself 2 positions earlier with that silly little half spin down at turn number 14. Now Isaac Price is within a second now of Antoine Hegelin in the Apex Racing UK car. So that is going to be a battle for the final couple of laps here. Worth noting that Ollie Packler has built up now a 1.5 second advantage over Antoine Hegelin. So Hegelin won't be able to use the DRS in that train that we saw earlier to try and counteract this one. But so long as Isaac Price is able to stay within a second, as he is able to, out of turn number 15, Le Mans corner, there we are, 16 even, rear wing open, DRS engaged, and doesn't gain anything. Interesting there.
Yeah, 10 laps remaining too. Oh man, even you know this is frustrating for Graham. If I'm getting tense in the commentary booth, just oh my gosh, I don't know. And look at Bono, he's right behind. Oh my gosh, where did he come from? Yep. Bono Haas is within a second of Graham Carroll now. And well, he's the dark horse now. Not to sound cliche, because everybody says that, but out of nowhere, I just realized that Bono Haas is behind this battle. I don't know how I just never noticed him.
We've also got ourselves a three-way battle going on for P number 15, 16, 17. As down to the inside will go Marty Piatella over the driver of Yao Vaz. Can't get it done in towards 1. Cannot make the undercut there into turn 2 either. They've been battling it out, and now these two battle. It means that Stephen Michaels gets a little bit of breathing room on the exit of turn number 5. We go on board then with the driver of Marty Piatella in the number 96 Commander Sim Sports machine, and he can't close up either in towards the hairpin. But P15, 16, 17, it's still going on, and it's still very close racing.
Yeah, good stuff. Let's go, Marty. We go past Yao Vaz. Yao Vaz finished 16th at Interlagos, and he could be finishing 16th here again if he maintains that. That's his, actually for Yao Vaz, that's the best he's finished for a few years as well. He had a couple of 17th place finishes last year, but when he was in the World Championship in 2011, Yao Vaz had a couple top 10 finishes at Spa and a Barber Motorsports Park. So, very interesting, useless stat of the day for you.
Yeah, as we just see that, look at these drivers going through the very fast Bishop corner onto the back. Straight away they come again, and actually Piatella is now dropped back a little bit, and Yao Vaz has DRS on the exit of Le Mans corner in towards Sunset Bend. They'll come again, as we still have the ongoing battle, of course, with Graham Carroll, Patrick Holtzman. They stay as they are for the time being. We also still have the battle, Bono House behind Graham Carroll. Bono House looking to move himself forward as well, up into the top 5 here. Not able to do so just yet. Is worth noting though, that we have got ourselves, get this Johnny, 5 teams in the top 5 in the World Championship Series in 2017. Who says that this series is all about the big teams?
Yeah, I'm going to be that person that parties that everybody hates. Technically Patrick doesn't have a team, but he's not part of the other 4. That's amazing. And remember what happened in Interlagos? 5 team redline cars from P2 to P6. Like, not that that's bad, but I mean, goes to show the dominance of Redline. Obviously, they didn't win the race, so technically it's an illusion for dominance. But great to see. And I like it. We need to see more of it. Look at P6 to P9, though. You've got 4 red line cars in a row. Apex with Higelin in 10th. Core, Isaac Price. MSP drivers home for Lucas Gotch in 12th. So good variety in the field. We've got a lot of nationalities, too, here being represented around the world. And it's great. I mean, the series keeps getting better and better year after year. So let's keep making something great here.
Price versus Hegelin, 5 tenths for a second. Vaz versus Michaels, 6 tenths for a second going on right now. These are battles away from your screen. Jamie Fluke versus Gergis right now is about a quarter of a second. Let's go on board then with Jamie Fluke for a moment, because Fluke, good run by the looks of it. Actually, no, it's not out of Le Mans corner, so he'll have to stay behind just for the moment's time. Not going to really be able to close up too much unless it's going to be a last lunge in towards Sunset. And actually, Gergis forces there the driver of Fluke to go offline. We tooled it the corner of 1,000 lines, Sunset Bend. But of course, if you're trying to do the same kind of line in there, and the driver ahead of you is just a little bit slower, then of course it forces you dramatically offline. And Jamie Fluke right now, hoping to try and do the undercut into turn number 2, not going to be close enough right now. So they stay where they are for the time being. We'll keep you updated with that one. Martin Piatella, Yao Vaz into the hairpin. Very close between them. Nothing going to change between them though yet. They might change in towards Tower Corner. Jamie Fluke over and Gergis still within a quarter of a second, and to the outside looks Jamie Fluke. Can't seal the deal just yet. Martin Piatella, we'll go back to him then as we go on board with Martin Piatella. This is in towards turn number 13 here, and Piatella not really getting frustrated behind the wheel of that car, but he's dancing that car out a little bit more, trying to say, "Oi, I'm here. You know, I want to try and find a way past." They don't have they don't have headlights on these cars, so they've got to do what, arm signals or something?
I thought you were doing an Australian accent and trying to make fun of me or something like that, but no.
Oh, no.
You'd never do that, because your reputation with Australians is now repaired, Will, and we'll leave it at that.
It took 2 years, right?
Oh, man. Look at Piatella. That was close. Had a look at Vaz, who took a very tight line into the Sunset
I'm going to interrupt you. Graham Cowell's moved up into P number 4. We need to get ourselves a replay of this one, but Graham Cowell has found the way past there. I think it might be between Sunset Bend and turn number 2. Let's have a look then from our aerial coverage, brought to you by And One Design. As out of Sunset Bend, it looks as though that Holtzman was just a little bit slower there. Doesn't really touch the grass, but does allow the driver of Graham Carroll to get close up behind in towards turn number 1, dance it to the inside, was able to make the move stick, pushed out wide. No real opposition, actually, I have to say, from Patrick Holtzman, but Graham Carroll is able to find that way past. Let's have a look then, very quickly from the rear of the driver of Patrick Holtzman coming in towards turn number 1. And you just see that he breezed himself past into that first corner. So Holtzman now down into P number 5 and has actually lost a couple of tenths per second, but it is still a close little battle going on as Alexei Yisiakola still runs himself in P number 8, and behind Isaac Price versus Antoine Hegelin. That battle still goes on. And actually, Lucas Gotch has caught up to the rear of that one as well in the MSP driver's home car, as has Ilka Happala.
Yes. So let's go, Ilka, who didn't qualify too well at Interlagos anyway, but he was still up there, still competing, regardless of the fact he did DNF from the race in the early couple of laps. So that's what happens when you start down the order. This event, though, starts 14th, now 13th. 7 tenths to make up. Yavaz side by side with Piatella. So Piatella went past at turn 1 after we switched to the replay of Carroll. And Piatella, I thought he was going to pretty much make that move signed, sealed, delivered. Vaz fights back. Good to see.
Yeah, and it's good to see Yao Vaz there in the Orion Race Team car just continuing to put the pressure on the driver of Marty Piatella as they went side by side down the front straight away. We are now less than 10 laps to go in the second round of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. Thank you so much to everyone who's been a part of RaceSpot Race Day here for our second edition. Simon Cattell versus Chembul at Bassi. That's about it going on. P19, P number 20 on track. Radicals Online versus NX Racing. Both these drivers arguably have underperformed a little bit here today, Johnny, but they are still battling to try and get themselves as many points as possible, because even though you might not finish inside the top 10. Every point will matter when we start considering those who will qualify and those that will have to race in the 2017 Pro Series of Road Racing.
Yeah, exactly. We just heard through our era too, Alexei Usiakala had a moment trying to lap Mogar Filio, so that would have been at Cunningham Corner, turn 10, and that's dropped him behind Frank Schotthorst now. So Alexei behind his teammate. Well, he's in a sandwich of his teammates right now, but that could cost him some good points if you're talking about valuable points, Will.
Yeah. I'm going to try and find the replay of that. But I think it's a little bit further back from where we can immediately find. Let's try and find where Frank Schotthorst is. Yeah, so we'll get the replay of this one, actually. It'll take us a couple of moments to get there. But we're right on board then with Alexei Usiakala for just a moment. And actually, it looks as though part of that might be the fact there was traffic and other drivers around him. And we don't often see Alexei Usiakala making mistakes, but actually, it seems to be something I say more and more. Alexei Usiakala making the odd little mistake there. He's now down into the 8th place on track, and this is where the incident's going to be, down towards Cunningham Corner. Note the fact that Frank Schotthorst isn't even in picture just yet. There he is. So that shows you just how much time Alexei Usiakala is about to lose. We just see there on board of him, just spinning that car around. We'll get one more look there, showing him actually spinning that car. Here we are, in towards Cunningham Corner, but Alexei there, he tried to get down the inside of Filio, actually tagged the right rear of Filio there.
Yeah, maybe he thought Filio was going to get out of the way. I don't think you never guess. I think he just maybe went deep under braking, was expecting Filio to be a lot faster. So just a misjudgment there. No panic anyway. He's only lost one position. Still valuable points. He's only going to lose 1 point from it, so it's not the end of the world. But you never know, Will. I mean, Alexei could be fighting for the championship come the end of the season, and that point could come back to haunt him.
In terms of battles we saw earlier on, Lucas Scott in P number 12 right now. It's just lost a little bit of ground over Isaac Price. Ilka Happala is 6 tenths per second behind, and last time by 2 tenths per second faster. This is the Ilka Happala that we so often see. He is calm, he is collected, he will just move himself very slowly but very effectively through the field. He right now runs in 13th place in the Orion Race Team car. Lucas Scott in the sole MSP driver's home car, running himself in P number 12. So that battle will continue as we are deep now into the last 5 laps of this motor race. As just having a look a little bit further ahead in your field as well, we just had a little bit of a timing scoring issue going on for us. So that one's okay. But Jamie Fluke versus Patras Gergis. Situation is between these drivers right now is they've got themselves a 5-car train at the end of this one. Simon Cattell, Chen Bullet Bassi, Patras Gergis, Jamie Fluke, all there on the same piece of real estate.
Yeah. Generally, I remember races where I'm on my own at the end and I'm just hungry and I just want people to give me some food to eat. In this situation, you are thinking about nothing else other than trying to get past the driver in front. And for guys like Gergis and Bullock Bassi who are in a sandwich, you have to do the opposite too and worry about defending. It takes a lot of skill. I don't know how rational these guys are too. I wanted to point this out before. If Olli Pakala's wearing virtual reality and he's racing with that, would he be a little bit more careful making moves just because he'd experience the full effect of any crash that might happen?
I don't know the answer to that. However, I am going to complain about the fact you talked about being hungry and then mentioned the word sandwich. So thank you there, Johnny. Thank you so much. But still, this battle continues as is. Neither driver is able to get an advantage over the other as they've all got DRS wide open in towards Sunset Bend. We will get ourselves then onto the penultimate lap of the motor race in just about 15 seconds time. There's your race leader. It is Martin Conquet. We barely talked about him all race. Of course, he took the start and he got himself past Gregor Hutu at the very beginning. And since then, he's been able to pull out a 15-second advantage over Gregor Hutu. This is the Martin Cronkey who last season had himself a bit of a touchy start and then improved. If Martin Cronkey is going to enter the month of April with the advantage of the championship over Gregor Hutu, get himself into spring, who knows? This could end up actually being a whitewash for Kawana Simsports. Behind, Harpala versus Gotch still carries on going on here. P number 12-13 on track, but Johnny Piatella, by the way, looks as though that he's dropped back a little bit. I think he must have had an issue somewhere.
Possibly, but he's still 4/10 behind, so maybe it's the dirty air. And here he comes again off the racetrack. That's going to allow Yavaz a brilliant opportunity at P16 on the Allman Straight. It's whether or not he can keep in touch of Marti Piatella, and he just looks too far behind now. So scratch that out the window. Kroenke, though, I have to say this, before this race ends, 2 laps remaining. Every season since he's entered the World Championship, Kroenke has shown improvement statistically and visually. He's had more wins, more poles, he's been ever so consistent. Now in 2017, already in the first 2 races, he's improved on 2016. And depending on whether you want to look at temperatures or how he drives compared to different conditions and how he reacts to different on-track battles, the guy is more improved than he was in 2016. He's going to begin his final lap. This is incredible. And I'm not trying to make this a love fest for Martin Kroenke. This is realistically pointed out right now as he begins the final lap. He is doing an amazing job, and he deserves all credit.
You could argue that 2016 was that kind of Ferrari 2000 when they finally got themselves the World Championship they spent a number of years looking for. And this may well be the Martin Kroenke reenacting Schumacher's 2001 Ferrari season. But as it stands right now, Martin Kroenke has not put a foot wrong all season long. And the thing is, at the start of this motor race, he had the opportunity to stay behind. He had the opportunity to go the wrong way, but he was perfect. He saw the opportunity and he just went for it. And Martin Kroenke has led every lap of this motor race as a consequence. He didn't allow who to come in towards pit road early to face him. He didn't allow other drivers coming towards pit road earlier than him to face him. He came in when he did. He maintained an 8-second advantage through the pit stop sequence, and since then he has pulled it out now over 16 seconds. There are still 1 or 2 battles going on. Ilka Happela versus Lucas Gott. That one will come onto the final lap of this event. You'll see that Happela is trying to find a way past. He might get a bit of a run into the hairpin. I don't think he'll be close enough, however, over the MSP driver's home car. But that one might still go on into the final corner of this motor race. We'll come back onto that one. Because Martin Kroenke now down in towards Sunset Bend for the final time. After winning in Interlagos 2 weeks ago, we thought that back-to-back may well be possible. Now, let's make him championship favourite as Martin Kroenke wins out here at Sebring, the second round of the championship, the second year in a row. Martin Kroenke has won this event. Behind Holtman versus Carroll, it doesn't look as though that's going to change. We've got to pay our attention very quickly then to Ilka Happela versus Lucas Gott. That is the closest battle we have got on track right now as they head themselves through Le Mans corner for the final time, as Ilka Happela actually gets a very bad run out of Le Mans corner. It looks as though that will put paid to that attempt maybe to make an overtake. Behind, all your battles look to have calmed down just a little bit. Chembalet Bassi versus Jamie Fluke et al. We'll talk about that one after the event. But Martin Kroenke wins by 17 seconds over Gregor Huttu today. Yoni Tamara in 3rd place, Graham Cowan in 4th, Patrick Holtzman rounds out your top 5. And yes, it is true, there are 5 different teams represented in the top 5 of this event. So those of you who say that this is all about Coanda versus Redline, think again. Because even though it's 2017, even though in the second year of development of this McLaren, these teams will have the chance to evolve, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to have ourselves lockouts. Because today, yes, we might have had P6, 7, 8 and 9 for Redline, but they're 4 places back from where they were 2 weeks ago at Interlagos. But again, the key thing to note is that Martin Kroenke is your winner here as he just slows it down the Ullman straightaway. Well, Johnny, what a drive by Martin Kroenke. And again, it comes down to me from that split-second reaction down first corner, first lap, when Huttu had a bad start. And actually, it's ironic we were talking about how slow and how much wheel spin was in that red line start. When we were in practice, it was almost as if we expected something to happen.
Yeah, you thought he was going to adjust or do something differently. You only get one opportunity at the start, one moment. And Hutu, obviously, that's pretty much cost him the event. At the same pit 7 seconds as well. Obviously, he did pit a little bit earlier, so tire wear maybe came into play towards the end of the stint. But still a podium for Gregor. And P2, twice for him now. He's got possibly, I think, 8 points now behind Kroenke in the championship. Good to see Tormler up there on the podium too. And what a result for Graham Carroll and Patrick Holtzman in the top 5.
Indeed so. Let's show you then your final race results from round number 2 of the championship here from Sebring. There's Martin Kroenke. VRS Go Simsports winning out by almost 17 seconds over Gregor Hutu and Team Redline. Inex Racing's Yoni Tamara in 3rd place. Ironically, the top 3 is almost identical to what the top 3 was going to be with 5 laps to go a year ago. Graham Callan 4th, Patrick Holtzman rounds out your top 5. Then it's the Redline train. Bono House, Frank Shawhorse, Alexei Yusiakura and Ollie Pakula, P6 through 9. Antoine Heglin running out your top 10. Behind, Isaac Price, Core Sim Racing, MSP Drivers Home, Lucas Scott. Those 2 teams couldn't crack into the top 10, as could the Orion Racing driver of Ilka Hapola. But it shows again, depth of field. You take those 4 Redline drivers out, it shows you we still have so many teams all within a shot of getting themselves good results. Kazuki Omishima there, P number 14, Stephen Michaels in 15th, Martin Piatella, Yao Vazdi on Virgin, Simon Cattell, and Pashless Gurgis round out your top 20. Remainder of the results up on your screen for you. We will step aside for a moment. We will be back with post-race coverage after these messages.
Watch Ernie, go, go, go. All right, all right, all right, all right. Watch, jam it. Get ready. Dude, 4 heads up in that. Jeez.
Right on the back wing. Can he make it happen?
Yes! Push like hell. We gotta stay in front of these guys.
Both drivers on the push to pass. Contact in the pit lane.
All right, 60. Let that eagle fly. What do I do? What happened? Push here. Push hard. Let's go get this guy. Are outside. We're behind you. Tell. Clear outside. Good job. Just spun behind you. I don't know if you got him or not.
He got out of it so hard. Look at these guys are all over the back.
Full throttle.
IndyCar.
He hit an outlap.
What's next?
Come and get the checkers, big boy. Oh, baby, that was good. Hit me. Inside, outside.
2017 Verizon IndyCar Series. See what's next.
Just like 2 weeks ago, Martin Kroenke wins out in the second round of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, taking victory over Gregor Hutu by 17 seconds. And he stands by us right now here on RaceSpot TV and on iRacing Live. Martin Kroenke, again, congratulations. Again, welcome to RaceSpot TV, Victory Lane.
Thanks, first of all.
Right, qualifying. We didn't actually see it here. However, we can talk about it. Final corner, second qualifying lap. What happened?
I got a little bit distracted and I just lost the rear end. Ended up on the grass and slightly into the wall, and second quali lap gone. But it's, for some consolation, it wouldn't have been pole anyway. It probably would have been a mid 31.6, but not pole, so it wasn't too bad. And I think starting third is actually maybe a little bit of an advantage compared to starting second.
But of course, you might not have got pole, but you did win the wheel spin off the line battle. We showed it just before the start of the race. The fact that we saw Gregor Hutu having a little bit of trouble getting from a standing start. But then actually in the race itself, the lights went out. You were fantastic off the line. And Gregor Hutu struggled. I mean, how quickly did you have to make that reaction to go left?
Pretty quickly, but luckily I could see it immediately at the launch when the lights went out, that Gregor spun his rear wheels a little bit, and it was enough time to react and put the car to the left. I think it was actually kind of close. I think Gregor moved to the left as well a little bit to try to block off the line. I think there wasn't a whole lot of space left, but in the end, it was quite good.
And from there, you've led every single lap, 52 laps of this motor race. Your pit stop, you came in 4 laps after Gregor Hutu. You didn't react immediately to some drivers coming in around you. Were you worried at that point that they might have got the undercut?
Slightly, but my spotters told me that the lap times the guys on new tires are doing aren't enough to actually catch me within the time frame where I planned to pit. So I wasn't too worried about it, and in the end it played out pretty well. I think it was still around 6 seconds after I pitted out, I came out of the pit, so I think it all went pretty good.
And of course, one of the things was traffic at this racetrack as well. We saw it a little bit with Gregor Hutu having to work himself actually past race traffic rather than it being a lap traffic. That's always a big thing on these pit stops. But overall, we always say Sebring's a bumpy, narrow track. How hard was the traffic here this afternoon?
Traffic was actually not that bad. I think everyone that I had in front of me moved out of the way really nicely and really quickly, so no complaints at all there. Obviously, things might be a little bit different if you actually have race traffic and not lap traffic, but luckily I didn't have any of those today, so nothing to complain about.
And 2 wins in a row, heading into Montreal in 2 weeks' time, leading the championship now by, I'm trying to work it out, about 9 points, there or thereabouts, maybe?
Yeah, I think 9 or 10,
yeah.
I don't know.
Enter the month of April with the series lead, but Canada, we know, is one of those very weird dark horse events. What are you looking forward to in 2 weeks' time?
Again, it should be a nice race. I think it's one of the few races that we are driving in late afternoon, so maybe that changes things a little bit. But overall, it's a track that I really like. I think the last couple of races there have been reasonably successful, so yeah, it should be a good one.
Before we go then, Martin, who gets it done for you and that VRS Commander Simsports team?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank Marty for the tremendous work on the setup for this week. Unfortunately, Mitchell hasn't been able to participate, and neither has Mac been, so it has been a two-man effort this time around, but it worked out really well, so thanks a lot to Marty, and also to the spotters, to Jörn and Philip, for this race. And then also a huge thank you to our sponsors, first of all to Virtual Racing School, and as well to Heusingfeld Engineering, Simcup.net, and Joel Wildhaming, and also N1 Design.
Well, thank you very much then, Martin Kroenke, VRS Commander Simsports, back at the top of the mountain. And well, Johnny, we've got to start asking the question now. Maybe, just maybe, this could be the start of an era for Commander.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, two-man effort to be that quick is impressive. Let's see what happens when Mitchell and Max start getting back into the car full-time as well. Let's see. Anyway, Montreal's coming up next. A different beast. Generally, the oversteery drivers tend to be quick there. I know Backham's very fast at Montreal too, and Graham Carroll as well, who we'll speak to soon, is very quick at that circuit. So Montreal's a different beast to Sebring. I think in the end anyway, team effort is sim racing, and that's why we had a couple of those discussions during the broadcast about guys leaving teams and this and the other. You really need to get along with everyone, even if you don't really like them.
Indeed so. You are going to be stood by with the third place driver of Yoni Tamara, who came home and survived the race this year, unlike 12 months ago.
Yeah. Yoni, well done. 3. Congratulations. I have to say, though, was Interlagos disappointing for you, and was this better feeling to be on the podium, or do you think you figured something out over the past 2 weeks of testing that really made you this quick to finish up into the top 3?
Yeah, thanks. We lacked a lot of points. I don't really know why. But we tried some older stuff from last year for this race. It seemed to work a lot better.
Your start as well from P4, very quick. Do you think you could have done a little bit better than that? Do you think Martin had the inside line? It was too hard to get up into P1. Despite that, though, you know, that was pretty fun as well from our point of view watching your start.
Yeah, I think if I would have been in Martin's position, I would have taken the lead, but it was really hard to get the lead from the outside, so I just settled to second place.
And then, I mean, talk about the strategy as well. Gregor pitted a little bit earlier, so that obviously dropped you down to P2. Would you have changed what you would have done on strategy, or do you think what you picked was correct? It's just Gregor sort of beat you in terms of pitting a little bit earlier.
I think we had pretty much a perfect strategy. Gregor was faster than me anyway today, so I think it didn't make that much difference. I was more focusing on Apex guys.
Of Carroll and Holtzman, who used to be Apex actually. So no longer. Final thing for you actually, Montreal. I just said it before when we were before we crossed you. It's a different beast. Sebring's all about the bumps. Montreal's about turn in and rear traction too, because it's so stop start. Is that a circuit that you feel will suit your driving style, or will you find out over these next few weeks of testing?
I don't really think the track makes a difference. Every track is fine for me now.
Very strong. There you go, Will. Yoni Tormler as well. It's good to see him back into the top 3. I wasn't concerned at Interlagos, but I just thought hopefully he didn't lose the pace from last year. He's got it now, where he's back into the top, so he still sustains the strong pace from 2016.
Yeah, and the thing that worried me more than anything else, though, Johnny, was the fact that Jake Sturgios didn't qualify for this event, and it made me wonder whether Inex have lost their form. But getting a third place for an X-Racing team, I think, would really make Johnny, show the fact that team is still there, not just here in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, but as we build up to the Blancpain GT Series, and of course continuing coverage of the NASCAR Big Entry Series, that Inex haven't dropped off the radar yet.
Yeah. I think you'll get away with it, though, now that you've got a 12-race calendar instead of 16. I mean, I remember I did a season once somewhere else, which I can't say. But I did a season somewhere else pretty much on my own for most of the season, developing all the setups from scratch. And it's really, really difficult. Seriously, it is. But when you have a 12-race calendar, it eases that stress you have trying to figure out everything on your own.
Yeah, indeed so, definitely. Yoni Tamara there coming home in third place. Graham Carroll coming home in the 4th position. And well, Graham, last time I talked to you, it was Autosport International. You said that you're here to win races. Today you started 13th. You finished up in 4th. Is that enough of an improvement for you in this race, or are you still looking for more?
It's almost the opposite, really, since Interlagos. Interlagos qualifying was strong. As soon as the car got onto the track, lap 1, the car was just panned, so... qualifying the day probably should have been in the 31.9s, but killed Howard corner on the second lap, and 13th it was. But race pace was good, had some good battles, and I wasn't getting shoved off the track too many times this week, so I ended up 4th, so I'm pretty chuffed with it, to be fair, compared to Interlagos.
You did have front wing damage. and we saw the fact that you were therefore struggling at times to get yourself past the likes of Patrick Holtzman et al. Just how much was that damage on your car affecting your top speed and your ability to really manage this event?
I wasn't even looking at Patrick, I was looking at Yanni, because the pace I had, Patrick had done Patrick at 4 or 5 laps earlier. I think I would have been on the back of him, to be fair. Our car felt really, really good at the end of the runs that we've been working on since Interlagos, but I'm just happy to get a good strong finish. And the understeer was tough. I'm sure it was Vaz. He had the corner after the hairpin, he went a bit wide, I went alongside him, and then he sort of half spun into me, so I thought I was out straight away. So still chuffed, but we'll move on to Montreal.
And Montreal, third round of the championship. Traditionally, Apex have been good there. 2 questions. First of all, is this the run that you think that you might get in terms of a podium, maybe a race win?
Well, I got a podium 3rd place last year. Montreal was my worst track until we went there and I got the podium, so obviously it's my best track now. But it's a hard track. Again, qualifying can be a hit or a miss. And I think, like you were saying, with the shorter calendar, you just need to be finishing up there every time. I think we're still a wee bit off of Martin. I think Gregor maybe wasn't too far away today, but his outstanding quali lap. But we'll just take it as it comes, and know that it's going to be a tough track next as well. So it should be good.
And final question, you might not actually answer this one at all, but I'm wondering, you've lost essentially 2 drivers out of the Apex Racing UK stable over the past couple of weeks. Has that impacted in your team dynamics at all? And also, how hard is it to be a part of the largest team in this World Championship Grand Prix series?
It depends who you're talking to. We've lost a couple of guys. It might sound quite harsh, but Seb leaving, it really made no difference to us. He done no racing these days at all, and he just needs to get back into it and enjoy it, So losing Seb makes no difference to the team really in our perspective, and Patrick as well. He just recently joined, done Vegas with us, but it is what it is, But it's not affected us. You looked at the race today, we've almost went better now they've left, but it's not obviously the case. But we've got enough guys in there to work away and help each other. But it swings and roundabouts. It's good to have a lot of people, but it can also be bad at times. But that's not what we're thinking about. All we're thinking about is results, and we'll push on for a better one at Montreal.
Well, thank you very much there, Graham Carroll, coming home 4th place here today. There's some very interesting words there, Johnny, by Graham. And it's interesting, we talk about the team dynamics here, and this is a team championship as much as a drivers championship. And yes, even though there is no constructors championship in terms of teams, you still got to put that into account. We talk about Redline all the time, for example, the dynamics between Team Redline and VRS Coanda Simsports. They only had 2 drivers here today, that's not Vet Coanda, but they still got the race victory. You look up and down the field and you look at the top drivers, but I've been harping on so much about the likes of Radical, some of their older drivers that were leading that team, struggling quite a lot bit now.
Yeah, but look, in all honesty anyway, what Graham said isn't, it's true in a way. I mean, Seb wasn't really with the team that much in terms of helping out the World Championship team, so it's not necessarily an addition by subtraction thing where it's like you get rid of him, you get better, but it's more or less it doesn't really affect you too much. And Patrick leaving, you still got 7 other drivers as well contributing to the team. You do lose a piece in all of them, but you just got to move on. Bill Belichick, we're on to Cincinnati, whatever. You got to just move on and just keep testing away. And look, Carroll finished 4th. I would have loved to see where Michael Dinker would have finished this race. Obviously, he had to start from the pits, so a minute 25 off the leader, and basically just under, or basically exactly 1 minute actually, off Graham Carroll, his teammate. So would have loved to see where he would finish too, because remember, he showed some very strong pace in the first round. And look at Anton Higelin too, top 10 finish for Apex. They're still the arguably the 3rd best team out there, because Yanni right now for NX is really on his own, and Patrick's a tier. So it's, as you said, team effort. At the same time, they've got so many drivers there, it's not a big deal.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it then for your 2nd round of the 2016 iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. There is your top 10. One more time, Martin Kroenke wins by 17 seconds over Gregor Houtier. Tomato in 3rd, Graham Carroll in 4th, Patrick Holtzman, Bono House, Frank Shawhorse, Alexei Usiakola, Ollie Bakula, and Antoine Hegelin round out your top 10. in 2 weeks' time, we head ourselves over to Montreal, to Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, to arguably one of the craziest races of the year. Let's not forget what happened when Kazuki Umeshima came oh so close to winning his first World Championship event. And of course, let's not forget as well, the NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing is going to storm into Las Vegas very soon, as well as the Blancpain GT Series. That is heading your way to RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live in just a few weeks' time. In the meanwhile, this has been a RaceSpot TV presentation of round number 2 of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. Thank you very much to Rachel Whiteford on social media, to Paul Smith for providing lead commentary of RaceSpot RaceDay, from myself, Will Vinson, and from Jonathan Simone. We will talk to you all in 2 weeks at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you all just a little bit soon.